Chapter 204 The Woman in Red. Chapter 204 The Woman in Red. Chapter 204 The Woman in Red. This is the strongest thunder lizard that I've met so far, but this one is actually scared of me. Why? Lin Ming's mind suddenly flashed with a thought: reverse scale blood. If he wasn't mistaken, this fear originated from the reverse scale blood that was sleeping deeply in his body. A thunder lizard had the bloodline of a flood dragon flowing through it. The more powerful a thunder lizard was, the richer its flood dragon bloodline would be. A flood dragon could be considered to be a low-level dragon. If a flood dragon met a true dragon, it would have a sense of awe and fear that would inevitably arise from the depths of its soul. No matter how savage it would always be constrained. Lin Ming's inner reverse scale blood was meager. Not only that, Lin Ming's cultivation was also low, so the blood in him hadn't fully awoken. Therefore, a common thunder lizard was unable to feel it. But this Peak Hutian realm thunder lizard was powerful, so its bloodline was much purer. The acutely related bloodline in it allowed it to feel the power slumbering in Lin Ming. A true dragon's blood, even if it was only a trace, still emitted an infinitely vigorous qi that forced all beasts to submit. Although this thunder lizard's strength was far superior to Lin Ming, it still felt a fear from the bottom of its soul. If Lin Ming's strength was more formidable, the thunder lizard might even kneel in submission. The thunder lizard constantly roared, arcs of electricity flashing around its body. It was warning Lin Ming to leave its territory. This result was what Lin Ming had been hoping for. Since he wasn't able to kill a Peak Hutian realm thunder lizard, he could at least avoid it. It looks like I can still climb Thunder Crash Mountain. Lin Ming clenched his fists. The heavens were truly blessing him. With his strength, he would have only been barely able to climb up the mountainside of Thunder Crash Mountain. But thanks to his thunder soul, he didn't fear the long-distance thunder attacks of the thunder lizards, and he was able to climb up the region of snow and ice. And now when he was at his limit again, the reverse scale blood was actually able to suppress the bloodline of these thunder lizards. Like this, he might really be able to pass through this snowfield. As long as he passed through the remaining 30,000 feet fields of snow, he would reach the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain. That was only the location where thunder attribute materials were most likely to be born. There, thunder had fallen without end for 10,000 years. If a human walked up there, a little bad luck and they would be struck by lightning. This was true heavenly thunder. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul protecting him, he was still apprehensive about the situation. He didn't know if he would be severely injured after being struck by this heavenly thunder. Lin Ming circled around the Peak Hutian realm thunder lizard and continued moving forwards. After several miles, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. Stunned, he looked forward as he stiffly stood there. In front of him, about 200 feet away, Lin Ming saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. Above a vast expanse of ice, a tall and slim woman with a full figure was gracefully standing there. Everything about her was outstanding. She wore a flame-red coat, and she had a flowing scarlet dress wrapped around her. Her soft, ink-black hair hung down to her waist, and both her feet were bare. Her fair, jade-like feet were standing on an azure platform of 10,000-year frost ice. She was like a vibrant red rose that grew out of the snow. The crimson red and snow-white contrast reflected a glamorous and majestic beauty. And in front of that woman, there was a scarlet-crested bird. It seemed to have a blood-red crown, and its feathers were red like living flames. Its long tail dragged against the ground, burning the floor wherever it passed. That is, the vermilion bird. Lin Ming's eyes widened. The saint beast that he had seen in Blackwater Swamp was actually in front of him now. Sensing Lin Ming's presence, the woman glanced back at Lin Ming. Her beautiful face was calm like an ocean, with an otherworldly atmosphere filled with smoke and flames. It really gave one a deep feeling of suffocation. It seems as if she had noticed Lin Ming's cultivation and she was quite curious. He was only a peak bone forging boy. How did he get here with his life intact? Lin Ming froze. He wasn't just shocked by the beauty of the woman, but also by the mystical breath that emanated from her body. This lady seemed like a normal lady. Her breath told Lin Ming that she was more powerful than anyone he had ever met in his life. Xian Tian. No, maybe not even just Xian Tian. She might be at the late Xiantian realm, or the extreme Xiantian realm, or maybe she was an existence that surpassed the Xiantian realm. To be able to use a vermilion bird saint beast as a mount, what sort of ridiculous concept was that? Lin Ming's mind was in a state of high tension and nervousness. If this person wanted to extinguish his life, it wouldn't even take a moment. The woman was still looking at Lin Ming with surprise. One human and one bird, with the same flame coloration, standing above the vast white fields of 10,000-year ice. It was just like a blazing inferno, beautiful and sublime to the point where it seemed unreal. Interesting. The woman looked at Lin Ming for a good while, and then suddenly, she smiled gently. With that single word, her voice was revealed to be melodious like a songbird. Then, her body seemed as light as a feather as she floated up and onto the back of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird chirped, and then, it soared into the sky. A whirling blast of hot air rushed out in all directions. Feeling this strikingly hot air, Lin Ming already felt his back seep with a cold sweat. So, the vermilion bird I saw in Blackwater Swamp is this woman's mount. Perhaps that vermilion bird was already carrying that woman, and she saw the scene where I was being hunted by the little flame boy. Why would she come to Thundercrash Mountain? Is it to find the Thunder Soul? Or, does she simply live here? Lin Ming's mind raced with the possibilities. Looking at the vast Thundercrash Mountain above him, he wasn't sure whether or not he should continue going forwards. If that woman came for the Thunder Soul, that was a dream he'd best forget. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and decided to continue forwards. Since he had come this far, he might as well attempt to go further. Even if the Thunder Soul wasn't for him, that didn't mean there weren't any other lucky chances. The summit of Thundercrash Mountain had already shined with endless thunder for 10,000 years. Who knew what sort of valuable materials were born there? If the opportunity was good, he might find some surprises. Lin Ming had just taken a few steps forwards, when the sky suddenly resounded with the decisive sharp sound of a bird, directly reaching into the primal chaos heaven. This was Phoenix Cry. Without having a chance to reflect on what had just happened, Lin Ming heard the thunderous sound of a beast roar one after another. For a time, it was like he was in the midst of a massive thunderstorm, absolutely deafening. What the hell? Lin Ming felt a little muddled. At this moment, he heard the sound of a rumbling vibration spread through the ground. It was like the countless roaring and thunderous beats of a drum. He could even feel the ground shaking, as if a massive stampede of monsters was rushing out. Millimeter. Lin Ming withdrew the heavy profound soft spear. In the distance, he saw the deep blue thunder lizard menacingly rush towards him. Because of the speed at which it was going, clouds of snow curled around it like a snow dragon, billowing into the sky. That's the Peak Hutian Realm Thunder Lizard powerhouse I just saw earlier. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. This fellow wasn't so enraged a moment ago. It was something he couldn't afford to mess with. Without hesitation, he retracted his spear and flew into the air. The blue thunder lizard blew past Lin Ming in a rolling cloud of smoke and snow as it blew through, having no intention to pause. Lin Ming found that this thunder lizard hadn't come to deal with him. But if not him, had it come for that woman in red from a moment ago? Remembering the scene from before and that resonant phoenix cry that had sounded once, Lin Ming tensed up. Was that a declaration of war? To challenge the entire Thundercrash Mountain, including that Xiantian powerhouse purple thunder lizard? What kind of audacious courage was that? Lin Ming's heartbeat accelerated. Compared to such a powerhouse, he was just too far. At this moment, 7 or 8 miles out, he saw another cloud of billowing snow like an icy dragon rush towards the summit. Lin Ming had excellent eyesight. Even though it was a far distance, he was still able to see that the thunder lizard was very dark blue. From the deep color of its scales, its strength was no less than a Peak Hutian Realm martial artist. Peak Hutian Realm. I fear that anything below that rank doesn't have the qualifications to participate in this war. Also, that woman in red was at least a Xiantian powerhouse. If this sort of low-level thunder lizard goes up, it will die with a single strike. Lin Ming rose up a few hundred more feet. As he rose, his range of vision broadened and he could see that the roiling snow dragons were increasing. He already determined that there were at least 8 or 9. Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement well up in his heart. He too wanted to take a front-row seat to such a grand occasion. If it was a Xiantian realm fight, he could still observe it from several miles out. Thinking this, Lin Ming no longer held any reservations. He used his movement technique and directly sped towards the summit at full speed. Because all of the strong thunder lizards had rushed towards the summit, Lin Ming was able to travel up unimpeded. Even if he met an occasional thunder lizard, Lin Ming was able to rely on the reverse scale blood in him to scare it away. Along the way, Lin Ming didn't dare to fly straight up. This was because the vermilion bird was flying high in the sky, and it would be too obvious if he flew. These Yantian existences might find him annoying and casually finish him off. That would truly be an injustice. Lin Ming had been only 30,000 feet from the summit. With his full speed, he was able to cover this distance in a short time. Sure enough, Lin Ming was able to rush towards the summit without any resistance. However, at this moment, Lin Ming stopped once more, stunned. He looked towards the sky, his heart shaking with earth-shattering waves. What he saw was a dragon, a real dragon. Its claws were sharp, and its scales were a dark purple. Its long dragon body wantonly soared in the air. It was just like the dragons that were in paintings. This titanic dragon was several times larger than the vermilion bird. Bright arcs of lightning danced around it like countless purple snakes as it swam in the sky. Its body was filled with a vast and peerless momentum. In front of it, the vermilion bird was waving its wings, stopped in midair. Is this a showdown between a dragon and a phoenix? Lin Ming gulped down saliva. He had never imagined he would be so fortunate as to witness such a wondrous sight. No, it wasn't a dragon, it was a flood dragon. Lin Ming found that purple dragon didn't have a horn on its head, so it was only a flood dragon. Still, even if it was a flood dragon, it was still sufficiently startling. This was a top saint beast of the Sky Spill continent. So, there was actually a flood dragon hidden in Thundercrash Mountain. Lin Ming gasped. No wonder Thundercrash Mountain has so many thunder lizards, and these thunder lizards also have the bloodline of a flood dragon. That's because they are the descendants of this flood dragon. A direct descendant of a flood dragon should be a Xiantian powerhouse purple thunder lizard. The blue thunder lizards are the descendants of the purple thunder lizards. With each further generation downwards, the bloodline is more and more diluted. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened, so this was how Thundercrash Mountain was formed. Chapter 205 Struggle of the Dragon and Phoenix. Chapter 205 Struggle of the Dragon and Phoenix. Chapter 205 Struggle of the Dragon and Phoenix. There were many different species of dragon-type saint beasts. For example, there were flood dragons, horned dragons, hornless dragons, one-legged mountain dragons, candle dragons, and so on. Although these dragons were all saint beasts and their appearances were similar, there were also certain characteristics that separated them. The flood dragon had its luminescent scales, the winged rain dragon had wings, the horned dragon had a horn, the one-legged mountain dragon had one leg, and so on. Even flood dragons were divided into variants. There were red flood dragons, black flood dragons, blood flood dragons, and so on. The purple flood dragon that was flying in the sky was a rare variant of thunder flood dragon. It ate thunder and lightning as food, and its personality was extremely cruel and tyrannical. It was also very promiscuous. This flood dragon had settled on Thundercrash Mountain nearly 10,000 years ago, and it had taken all of the mountain's treasures as its own. After it savagely mated with the original vicious beasts of Thundercrash Mountain, it finally gave rise to an overabundance of descendants. These were the thunder lizards. Now facing a challenge, the thunder flood dragon loudly roared, and all of its descendants rushed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain immediately. The large number of thunder lizards were eyeing the confrontation in the air, the epic showdown between the bloodline of a dragon and the bloodline of a phoenix. As for Lin Ming, he was hiding in the distance. After accidentally reaching the realm of returning to his origins, Lin Ming's ability to hide his breath was no less than a Xiantian realm master's. He hid behind a large boulder. As long as he was far away, no one should be able to find him. Seeing the thunder dragon in the air, Lin Ming's mind flashed through a range of emotions. He slowly began to realize a serious problem. If he was right, the thunder soul of Thundercrash Mountain should be in the body of the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon had lived on Thundercrash Mountain for so many years, it must have found the Thunder Soul. If it did, how could it not absorb it? Although Lin Ming never held much hope in attaining the Thunder Soul, he always thought that with some luck, he still had a chance. Even if he failed now, it didn't mean he couldn't wait until his cultivation was a bit higher before coming back. But now that he knew that the Thunder Soul was in the body of the Thunder Flood Dragon, he felt his heart sink with disappointment. To wrest the Thunder Soul from this beast was simply nonsense. Let alone now, even if he entered the early Xiantian realm, his ability still might not be enough. In the air, the confrontation was still ongoing. The Red Woman was standing proudly on the vermilion bird. A strong heavenly wind blew her ink-black hair, making it dance recklessly in the wind. In the sky, countless bolts of purple lightning flashed, but she remained utterly unmoved. It was as if there was an invisible force field that was surrounding the woman in red, distorting the power of thunder. Ha ha, magnetic force field? To deal with this saint, you specially cultivated this technique? In the sky, the Thunder Flood Dragon opened its mouth to spit out its judgment. To see a large purple dragon speak was an extremely strange scene. Lin Ming was stunned, but then immediately, he thought that it wasn't unusual that a saint beast would be able to speak. The woman in red looked at the Thunder Flood Dragon and slowly said, "The magnetic force field is a top cultivation method, I naturally can cultivate it. It wasn't something that I especially prepared for you, so there is no need for you to think so highly of yourself. Hey, little girl, you are quite young, and yet, your words are so brave. If you called an elder from Divine Phoenix Island to come, this saint might give you some face, but, with just your ability, dream on. Ha. This saint can pinch you to death." The Thunder Flood Dragon brazenly laughed. Lin Ming's face had a weird color. This Thunder Flood Dragon had actually called the woman in red, who a fathomless cultivation level, a little girl. It was something that only an old monster that had lived for several tens of thousands of years could say. But Divine Phoenix Island? What sect was that? If there was a master like this woman in red, then there also had to be stronger elders in her sect. It was far beyond anything that the 7 profound valleys could produce. It might be a 4th grade sect, or even the legendary 5th grade sects. He couldn't imagine how far it was from here, he had never heard of it before. Facing the Thunder Flood Dragon's boastful shouting, the woman in red had the same calm expression as before, without a hint of anger. She said, "So, you refuse? Cut the idle talk. For a chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers, you want half of this saint's blood? Such a ridiculous request, how can this saint possibly agree with that? Then, we must fight. Hee. Once I defeat you, don't think this saint will have the scruples not to kill you just because of Divine Phoenix Island." The Thunder Flood Dragon roared like a thunderclap, lightning writhing over its vast body. Lin Ming could clearly hear the conversation between the dragon and the woman from his hiding spot. They had really revealed a lot of information. The mysterious woman wanted half of the flood dragon's blood for the chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers. Implying. Lin Ming looked up at the vermilion bird that was dancing in the countless arcs of purple lightning, a vast aura emanating from it. Its appearance was majestic. If he was right, then what the Thunder Flood Dragon had called a chicken that still doesn't have all of its feathers could only be this vermilion bird. In other words, this vermilion bird hadn't grown up yet. No wonder it was so much smaller than the Thunder Flood Dragon. Even though it was still a child, it had this aura and strength. With just a look it had managed to scare off the Fire Worm Shaman's little flame boy avatar. What would happen if it were grown up? Lin Ming couldn't help but ruefully smile. No matter what talent a human had, or what kind of monstrous genius they were, their natural talent was nothing in front of these saint beasts. As long as a saint beast ate and slept, they would grow up to be a Xiantian realm master. With some lucky chances and some cultivation, they might even break through the Xiantian realm and reach a higher realm. If it was a true god beast, such as a golden-winged roc or a true dragon, not to mention simple things like this, but once grown, they could use their claws to pierce the endless void and their tails could shatter stars. With such power, even the mighty elders in the realm of the gods would find it difficult to compare. If this woman in red could take half of the Thunder Flood Dragon's blood, what sort of effect would it have on a young vermilion bird? As Lin Ming pondered this, the fight in the air had already begun. He didn't know when, but that woman in red had drawn a sword in her hand. The blade was only 2 inches wide, but it was a full 4 feet long. It was slender and narrow, and the image of a phoenix with its wings spread wide as if it wanted to fly was carved on the sword hilt. The blade was crimson all over as if it was soaked in blood. As soon as he saw this crimson long sword, Lin Ming's eyes widened. He had never seen a treasure sword of this level before. Just by feeling powerful fluctuations of energy coming from it, he guessed that it was at least an Earthstep treasure. As for whether it was a low-grade Earthstep, medium-grade Earthstep treasure, or a high-grade Earthstep treasure, he had no way to determine. There was a huge difference between a human step treasure and an Earthstep treasure. Not even the 7 profound martial house master Qinzia had an Earthstep treasure. This was a battle between 2 peerless masters. Lin Ming stared with eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single detail. When a mighty elder of the realm of the gods had watched a true dragon battle a golden-winged roc, he had been divinely inspired and went into seclusion for 60 years, finally creating the unmatchable movement technique Golden Rock shattering the void. Although it was impossible for himself to achieve such a level, it was still likely that he would receive some insights from this battle. The woman in red waved her long sword, and crimson flame flushed into existence on the sword edge. At first, this flame was only several feet long, but when the woman in red lifted this sword high, the flames shot up to the sky. Her long black hair escaped its hairband, fluttering in the wind. A huge blazing inferno of flames impacted with the primal chaos heavens. It was as if the sky had been violently washed away. Outside of the primal chaos heavens, fiery heaven and earth origin energy constantly converged on the long sword, forming a giant vortex of flame. This flaming vortex spun slowly. It was jet black in the center, as if the world itself had been torn apart, revealing a mystical passageway. The Thunder Flood Dragon watched this situation, and its purple eyes reflected a solemn dignity. Under its vast body, dozens of peak Hutian realm thunder lizards roared together, opening their jaws to release a gigantic barrage of thunder balls into the sky. At the same time, a gigantic shining net of lightning covered the thunder lizards, supporting them. This was obviously a protective lightning shroud. After these blue balls of thunder flew into the air, the Thunder Flood Dragon opened his mouth and sucked all of it in. After having inhaled so much power of thunder, purple arcs of electricity surged on the Thunder Flood Dragon's body. Those arcs of thunder that had been thin before had now thickened by several times. Seeing this, Lin Ming understood. Listening to the bragging of the Thunder Flood Dragon, it would have seemed as if the woman in red was inferior to the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon had showed some respect to Divine Phoenix Island and offered to let her off this once. But now, it seemed that even with the help of all its descendants, the Thunder Flood Dragon only barely exceeded the power of the woman in red. In a 1 versus 1 situation, the Thunder Flood Dragon wouldn't be a match for that woman in red. Realizing this, Lin Ming let out a cold breath. This woman in red was even more powerful than he had thought. The Thunder Flood Dragon was an adult flood dragon. After a saint beast grew up, it wasn't strange for them to reach the Xiantian realm. Yet, even like this, it still had to rely on the support of its descendants to barely suppress the woman in red. The massive inferno column combusted, burning hotter and fierce than before. Its thickness increased to 10 feet, and it was just like a pillar of flame that was holding up the heavens. It reached into the primal chaos heavens, lighting up the entire sky. Facing such a formidable attack, the Thunder Flood Dragon responded without reservation. It focused all of its power of thunder into its 2 front claws, and a purple thunderball began to rapidly form. This thunderball started at 10 feet, but it rapidly expanded to over 100 feet. Its diameter was even thicker than the Thunder Flood Dragon. Lightning flashed around that purple thunderball. The center of the thunderball became a deep, nearly black-violet color, as it gleamed with a suffocating light. Without mercy, the 4-foot crimson long sword slashed down. It was as if the flaming pillar that supported the heavens had come crashing down. Not only did it cut towards the Thunder Flood Dragon, but it also reached the Thunder Flood Dragon's descendant. These descendants were the minions of the Thunder Flood Dragon, The woman in red wanted to finish them off quickly. The thunder flood dragon erupted with an ear-shattering roar. Its claws thrust forwards, and that massive purple thunder ball flew at that woman in red like a meteor. The huge pillar of flame and the thunder ball struck each other. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang through the clouds and cracked stone open. It was as if the void itself had been torn asunder. The whole of Thunder Crash Mountain shook under the impact. Burning flames smashed down like countless meteorites towards the dozens of thunder lizards that were under the lightning shield. The entire lightning shield trembled fiercely, and some of the Peak Hootien realm blue thunder lizards vomited blood. They were seriously injured. Lin Ming felt a creeping sense of incomparable horror and awe as he watched this from afar. If just the aftermath had such power, how terrifying would it be to face it head-on? As he was exclaiming in amazement, he glanced in the corner of his eyes and found that behind the thunder lizards that had scattered after death, there was a giant cavern behind them. This cavern was completely made of magnetic ore, and the entrance was over 100 feet wide. A sudden idea flashed into Lin Ming's mind. Was this the Thunder Flood Dragon's cavern? Chapter 206 Flood Dragon's Cave. Chapter 206 Flood Dragon's Cave. Chapter 206 Flood Dragon's Cave. If it's a cave that's at the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain, it can't be any other thunder lizard, it has to be the Thunder Flood Dragon. The thunder lizards of Thunder Crash Mountain have distinct hierarchies that are based on strength. The strongest controls a territory at the top, where the power of thunder is the richest. Moreover, the peak is the symbol of absolute authority. How can the Thunder Flood Dragon let anyone else have it? Lin Ming's mind raced wildly. The black-clothed martial artist said that thunder lizards kept thunder attribute treasures in their caves so that the power of thunder in their caves would be more vivid. If this truly was the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, what sort of treasures would be inside it? Realizing this, Lin Ming's heart began to ignite with overwhelming desire. However, he also saw that in front of the cave, there were dozens of thunder lizards. Lin Ming paused. Any one of these thunder lizards could take his life. Once they found him, he would die without even a burial. As his heart went through a battle of wills, Lin Ming clenched his teeth. There was no fortune without danger. He would fight for it. This was a once-in-a-millennia opportunity. If it weren't for the woman in red appearing, even if Lin Ming broke through to the Xiantian realm, he would still have no chance of entering the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Those that walked the path of martial arts were doomed to face countless perils and dangers. With Lin Ming's current talent and strength, he would definitely be able to reach the extreme Xiantian realm, and even go beyond that. But how about higher? Could he ever compare to the mighty elders of the realm of the gods? Lin Ming knew that Sky Spill Continent had a lot of geniuses. But in this universe, there were many worlds that were just like Sky Spill Continent. The number of talents could not be estimated simply. With so many talents, some were born into 4th grade sects, 5th grade sects, 6th grade sects, or even realm of the gods sects or holy lands. They had unimaginable resources and materials to cultivate with. They were probably thrown into a miracle medicine jar after being born too. Growing up like this, they also had access to the best cultivation methods, and in the holy lands of the realm of the gods, the cultivation methods they studied weren't any different to his own. In addition to these geniuses that were born into unfathomable backgrounds, there were many talents that underwent all sorts of adventures and had experienced all kinds of fortuitous encounters. In the world they lived in, they were the main characters. With so many people, how many had truly reached the peak of martial arts? Lin Ming didn't discount himself, nor was he blindly arrogant about his own abilities. He knew that the road before him was long and winding. But, whether or not he could reach the end, that was still unknown. For those that cultivated martial arts, every day was a struggle against the heavens and against life. He could not waste a single second of his life, nor could he miss the opportunities that presented themselves in front of him. Otherwise, when the day he would reach the limit of his cultivation and be forced to go through life and death closed-door seclusion in order to break through the bottleneck and extend his own, comes, his martial arts path would most likely have reached its end. Lin Ming gazed wholeheartedly at the fierce fight that was ongoing in the sky, and he took a set of grey clothes out of his spatial ring to change into. There was no snow at the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain, only endless crags of grey magnetic ores. If he wore gray clothes, it would be easier to not draw attention to himself. By relying on his realm of returning to his true self and restraining the breath of his body, Lin Ming was like a gray leopard as he silently bounded from one stone to another. He hastily rushed towards the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Due to the monumental fight occurring in the air, no one noticed a mere human closing in on the summit's cave. No one could possibly imagine that there would be someone who had the courage to sneak into the cave and steal rare thunder attribute materials. After Lin Ming jumped onto the cliff, his hands clung onto the rocky exterior and he quickly scaled upwards like a gecko. At this time, only 3 or 4 miles from the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, Lin Ming's spiritual sense had reached a high degree of concentration. From where he was now, he had already passed the boundary of danger. If any true essence fallout or backlash from the fight in the air landed on him, he would instantly die. Although he was cautious, Lin Ming did not slow down in the slightest. Time was life. If the airborne battle reached its conclusion and the Thunder Flood Dragon expelled the woman in red and returned to his cave, Lin Ming would be deader than dead. Fortunately, the woman in red was a complete power freak. With just the strength of one person, she was actually able to match the Thunder Flood Dragon and all of his descendant. Lin Ming used a few dozen breaths to pass that 3 or 4 miles. Just as he was about to enter the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, he spotted a massive thunder lizard standing not too far from the entrance. This thunder lizard's body was larger than a blue thunder lizard. Its entire body was a deep purple. This purple thunder lizard was a vicious beast at the same level as a Xiantian realm martial artist. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. This overwhelming existence could extinguish his life in just a few breaths of time. Lin Ming hid behind a large boulder, staring at the pitch-black cave entrance. His heartbeat was rapid. He was only a mere 200 feet from the cave, but this 200 feet was just like an insurmountable moat. Looking at the purple thunder lizard again, Lin Ming saw that the beast's total concentration was focused on the fight in the sky. Vicious beasts didn't have naturally sharp perceptions. In addition to that, it also had to lend its power and attention to help the Thunder Flood Dragon in its battle while protecting the other thunder lizards. Because of this, it hadn't noticed Lin Ming, who had restrained the breath of his body. Bang! A gigantic fiery red ball fell from the sky. That purple thunder lizard and several other thunder lizards vehemently concentrated their powers to reinforce the lightning net and resist the fireball. But the woman in red's attack was too strong. Even though the purple thunder lizard had tried its best, its entire body quivered and it vomited blood. This is my chance. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and he instantly launched golden rock shattering the void. Under the cover of explosive fire, he was like an arrow that flew through the cave's entrance. After the split second when Lin Ming's figure disappeared, the explosions stopped. The purple thunder lizard was severely injured by the attack. Where would he have the time to notice some little guy running into the cave? I'm in. I made it. Lin Ming's exultant thoughts echoed in his mind as his heart beat like a drum. As he sped into the cave, Lin Ming noticed that the cave was jet black, but it wasn't dark. The walls of the cave were mounted with brilliantly luminescent giant pearls and some thunder attribute minerals that glowed. The entire cave was bathed in a fairy-like light, utterly pleasing to the eye. This flood dragon is far too excessive, his avaricious greed is really true. Looking at the shining illuminations from the giant mounds of treasure, Lin Ming sighed in his mind. In the mortal world, any one of these treasures would be worth well over 10,000 gold taels. Just the decorations that lined the walls were worth more than several million gold taels. Of course, these were things that Lin Ming refused to grab as he had more important goals in his mind. He raised his vigilance to 120% as he cautiously made his way into the cave. There was a very vibrant power of thunder in the cave, thick to the point that it almost became a tangible essence. If a thunder attribute martial artist were to cultivate here, their cultivation speed would rise to 10,000 miles in one day. As he turned a corner, Lin Ming only saw a bright purple light in front of him. Millimeter. Thundergrass. Not too far away from Lin Ming, there was a thick patch of deep purple thundergrass that was half the height of a human. At the tip of the grass there were tiny fist-sized fruits that sparkled with electric currents. The fruit was a dark, purplish black. Millennium thundergrass. Lin Ming's eyes widened with joy. According to the descriptions in the Thundergrass Mountain pamphlet, this should be at least 1,400 or 1,500 years old. Its valuable was inestimable. Lin Ming didn't delay. He took the high-grade treasure saber out and filled it with the power of thunder, before cutting down the dark purple fruit to store it in his spatial ring. As for the grass roots, Lin Ming didn't take those. The Thunder Flood Dragon would look after them, and in the future, if his strength reached a level high enough, he would make another trip back. At that time, he wouldn't need to sneak in. After he collected the thundergrass, Lin Ming didn't tarry. He continued deeper into the cave, speeding down a hillside. Soon, Lin Ming began to see a light. There was a giant stone chamber in front of him. This stone chamber was almost 1,000 feet wide. After entering the stone chamber, Lin Ming gasped. On the ground of the stone chamber, there was a field of over 100 thundergrass, both large and small. Judging by the size of the thundergrass, the smallest were several hundred years old, and the rest were over 1,000 years. Thundercrash Mountain had existed for 10,000 years. The Thunder Flood Dragon's age would be no lower than that. If it wanted to plant thundergrass, wouldn't it be too easy to produce Millennium Thundergrass? As Lin Ming looked, he found that most of the thundergrass fruits had been picked, and there were only 30 or 40 fruits left. Ah, so that's how it was. The Thunder Flood Dragon used this patch of thundergrass as his own personal vegetable garden. It would wait for them to grow a bit, pluck and then eat them, and continue this cycle. Not only did the Thunder Flood Dragon have the ebullient power of thunder in the cave, but it also had such great food to eat. This was such a wonderful life. Lin Ming welcomed them all. He summoned some of his thunder, and within a few breaths of time, none of the fruits remained. All that was left were the grass stalks. The 30 to 40 thunder fruits were all placed in his spatial ring. To Lin Ming, this was a bit too unreal. Over 80% of these fruits were over 1,000 years old. If this were the periphery of Thundercrash Mountain, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find these fruits. But, in the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, harvesting them was like grabbing vegetables from the ground. This was the advantage of a long life. Only if one lived a long time could they breed and raise such miracle medicine as this. Otherwise, if the period was too long, one would die before the medicine had turned ripe. Time was of the essence. After Lin Ming harvested all the thundergrass fruits, he continued forward. As soon as he left this stone chamber, Lin Ming arrived at another stone chamber. This stone chamber was even larger than the last. It was over 2,000 feet wide. Observing the stone chamber's walls and floor, it was obvious this stone chamber wasn't naturally formed, it was dug out. According to how far in he had gone, Lin Ming estimated that he was already deep in Thundercrash Mountain. Only there would have enough space to carve such a large stone chamber. The floor of this spacious stone chamber was covered with all sorts of precious furs. There were sables, raccoons, tigers, leopards, and all sorts of other rare animals, too many to count. Some of these furs were placed into a section of the wall. This was obviously a bed. This Thunder Flood Dragon really knows how to enjoy life. Lin Ming was speechless. This bedroom was 2,000 feet wide, and collecting all that precious fur was reminiscent to the actions of humans. Lin Ming was about to leave, when he suddenly discovered that there was an incomparably rich power of thunder coming from the bed. Li Ming's mind stirred. He rushed over, and lifted a snow-white tiger pelt up. Under the pelt, there was actually a purple gem embedded into the ground that was emitting a purple light. This gem was the size of a fist. The strangest thing about it was that it seemed to be sealing something that looked just like a beating purple heart. Chapter 207 Plundered Treasures. Chapter 207 Plundered Treasures. Chapter 207 Plundered Treasures. This sort of treasure wasn't recorded in the Thundercrash Mountain pamphlet. But, if it was something that the Thunder Flood Dragon cherished enough to place under his bed, it was definitely some extraordinary object. Lin Ming bluntly pried the strange purple stone out and wrapped his fingers around it. He could feel that the jade-like stone was lukewarm to the touch, not ice-cold like he had imagined. What surprised Lin Ming the most was that the flashing purple electric arcs around the strange stone were also temperate in nature. It was known that most powers of thunder are fiercely violent, destructive, and of an uncontrollable nature. If it entered the meridians of a normal martial artist, they would often suffer serious injuries that took a long time to heal. But the power of thunder emitting from this strange stone was gentle and pure, like a chaste summer girl. It was really inconceivable. Lin Ming wanted to absorb it immediately, but if he did, his body would have absorbed too many different sources of power. Not only would that not increase his strength, it would also negatively affect the flow of his true essence. Lin Ming placed the stone in his spatial ring. In just a half-incense stick of time, Lin Ming had taken the 30 to 40 thundergrass fruits and that strange purple thunderstone as well. There were simply treasures everywhere for his taking. Of course, Lin Ming had risked his life in order to get this opportunity. After leaving the bedroom, there was one last stone chamber in front of Lin Ming. This stone chamber was much smaller than the last two, and it was only a few 100 feet wide. After entering the stone chamber, Lin Ming's eyes instantly gleamed with delight. In front of him, there was a single bamboo about 10 feet tall. Its entire shaft was a deep, glossy purple. Its lush leaves were like sharp swords that grew upwards, and each leaf was about a foot long. The edges of the bamboo leaves flashed with tiny arcs of purple lightning. Lin Ming only leaned over, and he was able to feel all the hairs of his body stand up from the electricity. This was the force field that was created by a formidable power of thunder. Violet electricity spirit bamboo. Lin Ming recognized this type of bamboo. He discovered a 900-year-old red-violet electricity spirit bamboo with the black-clothed martial artist at the base of Thunder Crash Valley. With the information that the black-clothed martial artist had provided, Lin Ming knew that there was also an older violet electricity spirit bamboo somewhere on Thunder Crash Mountain. It had been hiding in the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Really, how could that avaricious Thunder Flood Dragon now have such a good treasure in his cave? The violet electricity spirit bamboo was almost 10 feet high, which meant that it was 9,900 years old. It was almost as long as Lin Ming's heavy profound soft spear. If there was a method where it could be specially processed, could this violet electricity spirit bamboo be used to make a spear shaft? Lin Ming began to pant. The most difficult factor in constructing a spear was constructing the spear shaft. Normal wood was easily cut by swords or sabers, but metal aren't elastic enough. As for dark purple elastic iron and heavy profound soft silver, they took a very long time to forge, and because of the extremely specialized process, it was very difficult to make them into high-grade treasures. In truth, the best material to make a spear shaft out of was spiritual wood. For instance, this violet electricity spirit bamboo. Violet electricity spirit bamboo had the required flexibility. As for toughness, since the 900-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo was already so difficulty to cut with swords and sabers, even an early Xiantian realm master would find it difficult to destroy this 9,900-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo. Its only weak spot was where it was connected to its roots. Not only that, it could only be cut with the power of thunder. Just in terms of rigidity, it was an excellent material. And this material could naturally conduct true essence. Violet electricity spirit bamboo was simply a natural vessel for true essence to flow through, especially thunder attribute true essence. If thunder attribute true essence was poured in, not only would it be immeasurably smooth, it would also have an increased effectiveness. Lin Ming's own true essence contained the power of thunder. If he was able to have a spear made of violet electricity spirit bamboo, it would inevitably become even more alarmingly powerful. Lin Ming licked his lips in excitement and he took the high-grade human step treasure saber out. He flooded the sword with the power of thunder and fiercely chopped at the violet electricity spirit bamboo's roots. However, even with this strike, there wasn't a single scratch. Lin Ming was delighted. If even its weak spot was so tenacious, everywhere else must be more so. Since time was running out, Lin Ming poured all of his strength into his next strike. The high-grade human step treasure saber began to shine with thick arcs of electricity, and then, he slashed at the violet electricity spirit bamboo's roots. This time, it was cut open a little. Lin Ming retracted his saber and made several more saber cuts. Each strike was as intense as the first, and they hit the exact same spot. With every strike, intense lightning flickered against the stone walls of the stone chamber. Lin Ming's speed was becoming faster and faster. Finally, On the 22nd cut, he was able to chop the violet electricity spirit bamboo down. After he placed the violet electricity spirit bamboo in his spatial ring, Lin Ming roughly dispersed his soul force to probe the cave. After determining there were no other treasures present, he launched his movement technique and rapidly fled from the cave. During the time he had been robbing the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, Lin Ming was able to hear the explosions of the fierce battle in the sky. He could even feel the faint vibrations that passed through the mountain and shook the ground. Obviously, the fight outside was entering its supernova period, otherwise, Lin Ming would never have dared to go into the cave so deeply. If the sounds of battle ever began to die down, Lin Ming would have immediately fled from the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Treasures were nice, but none of it compared to keeping his own life intact. Thankfully, the woman in red's power was beyond his wildest imaginations. With just the strength of one person, she had been able to face off against the entire Thunder Crash Mountain without falling backwards. The Thunder Flood Dragon Cave was less than 10,000 feet deep. Compared to the cautious manner in which he entered, Lin Ming exited at full speed. This time, it only took a few breaths to reach the entrance. As he approached the cave entrance, Lin Ming slowed down, and he completely restrained all of the breath of his body. Lin Ming was like an octopus as he spread his soul force in all directions, probing the situation outside the cavern. Looking up, Lin Ming suddenly gasped. Outside the cave, there was blood everywhere. Thunder lizards littered the ground, they were bleeding from their head, their life extinguished. They had been killed by the aftershocks. As for the rest, most of them were wounded. Of the originally fierce Thunder Lizard army, over 1/3 had died, and the most of the 2/3 left were injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming couldn't help but gulp. What sort of cultivation level was that woman in red at? She was simply terrifying. Although the Thunder Lizard army was in extremely dire straits, Lin Ming didn't let relax his guard in the least. He carefully clambered to the top of the cave entrance, and waited for a big explosion to happen again. When that happened, he would seize the chance to dash out. From the cave entrance to the nearest outcrop was about 200 feet. But this distance was completely exposed to the vision of every Thunder Lizard around. Lin Ming didn't dare to take this risk. In the sky, the battle was going on in full swing. The Thunder Flood Dragon wasn't prevailing. Rather, he was constantly losing ground as the fight continued. And the woman in red was actually winning this battle. Behind her, there appeared the faint fiery image of a giant blazing phoenix. The fire yang qi of the primal chaos heavens had been twisted into 4 1,000 feet long flaming tornadoes. It was as if a red dragon was madly dancing around the woman in red, spanning the heaven. Seeing this apocalyptic scene as if the heavens themselves were being broken asunder, Lin Ming's heart rapidly beat. In this sort of battle, even the aftershocks would be able to instantly kill him. The woman in red waved her sword, and the 4 flaming tornadoes converged into one, forming a massive 10,000 feet vortex of flames that swept towards the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon ferociously roared, purple arcs of lightning twisted all over its vast body. It was struck by the giant vortex of flame. Bang! The flaming vortex slammed into the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon fought back the searing pain that racked its body and soared towards the woman in red. Its speed didn't seem to match its giant body. It was like a deep purple laser that shot forward. The Thunder Flood Dragon had decided to battle the woman in red in close combat. The potent physical power of a flood dragon was well documented. It wasn't something that a human martial artist could compare with. The woman in red coldly snorted. She flourished her crimson blade, and the shrill cry of a phoenix rang out into the night air. A flaming phoenix raced out from the sword's edge and tore towards the Thunder Flood Dragon. Seeing the imminent fiery collision, Lin Ming decided to take advantage of the cover from this explosion to rush to the nearest shelter. There, he would be safe. But at this moment, Lin Ming instantly paled. As the titanic forces in the air collided, the severed flame tornado that had struck the Thunder Flood Dragon hadn't dissipated yet. It fell, and the precise location to where it fell was where Lin Ming was. Damn! Lin Ming's face turned green. How could he be so unlucky? Although the true essence from the flaming vortex's aftermath had dissipated, the scattering flames were still enough to illuminate his position. Lin Ming didn't delay. He immediately turned around and he was about to run back into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave to take cover. The flames shouldn't spread here. First, he would overcome this dilemma, and then, he would figure out how to proceed. But just as he was about to launch forwards with golden rock shattering the sun, Lin Ming was shocked. The surrounding wind had been whipped up into a powerful whirlpool that forcefully sucked him into the fiery tornado. Lin Ming had been caught up in that huge suction force, and his body was involuntarily sent flying into the air. This is bad. Lin Ming desperately forced out the maximum potential of golden rock shattering the void, but the suction force was too strong. He was no different to a leaf in a storm. Even the concept of wind that let him flow through the air paled in comparison to this force. Compared to this flaming storm, even the 12th level of difficulty of the 7 profound Marshall House's violent wind tunnel was not worth mentioning. It was not only Lin Ming, there were also 7 or 8 deep blue thunder lizards that were sent rolling into the air. Their bodies were several tens of thousands of jins and their strength was equal to a peak Hutian realm martial artist, but even they weren't able to resist this terrifying suction. Hearing the hissing roars of the thunder lizards, Lin Ming's heart cried out with complaints to the heavens. He had actually been sent flying into the air with these fellows. If he wasn't burnt to death by the flames, he would probably be crushed to death by these 7 or 8 overly large fellows. Lin Ming made the decision to activate the heretical god force. With the support of the compressed true essence, Lin Ming activated the true primal chaos formula to cover his entire body with the thickest true essence he could. In this moment of life or death, this was his greatest trump card. As he finished this, Lin Ming felt something heavy hit his back. His organs trembled, and he spat out blood. It had to be known that after Lin Ming had gone through the challenges of the life and death smelting trial, his body had been strengthened, and his defensive power had reached an amazing degree. If this single collision was able to make him vomit blood, it only highlighted the terrifying strength of this suction force. Foo 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 foo. Lin Ming didn't have time to look back and see what had hit him. He had been swallowed up by that terrifying storm into the flaming vortex. All around him was a bright scarlet-red color. His surroundings had reached a scorching temperature that was able to instantly melt steel. Even the peak Hutian deep blue thunder lizards could only let out pitiful screams as they were charred alive. Lin Ming's clothes were instantly turned to ash, and his entire body was bathed in a sea of flames. The feeling of death was close at hand. Chapter 208 Returning with Riches. Chapter 208 Returning with Riches. Chapter 208 Returning with Riches. In that moment, Lin Ming calmed down. He could feel the scalding heat and the burning pain fade away, and even the raging firestorm seemed to stand still. He could clearly perceive every sensation, even the painful roars of the blue thunder lizards. Calm down, calm down. Lin Ming's breathing became gentle. His eyes closed as he entered into the ethereal martial intent state, his soul entering into a sea of utter tranquility. At the same time, the true essence in his body began to revolve wildly. The heretical god seed beat in the same rhythm as his heart. Flame essence. Lin Ming's eyes slammed opened. Without any more reservations, he completely thrust all of his true essence into his flame essence. By relying on the thunder soul, Lin Ming could withstand even the thunder attacks of the blue thunder lizards. Then, with a similar concept, he could use the flame essence to resist the fiery doom of this flaming storm. The sesame seed-sized flame essence became Lin Ming's final hope. The power of fire contained in the flame essence erupted outward. Meanwhile, the fierce heat of firestorm flowed like a surging tide into Lin Ming's body. The two energies clashed within him. This was the power of flame that was released by an extreme Xiantian master. It was the blaze of a true vermilion bird. Lin Ming was only a mere peak bone forging martial artist. Even with the flame essence, it would be difficult to deal with. The heretical godseed's power of fire was instantly and completely suppressed from the very outset of the energy collisions. Seeing that the firestorm would burn down his own meridians, at this crucial moment, Lin Ming let out a fierce cry. His eyes became the same deep amber shade of a flood dragon. Roar. A bass resonant roar issued forth from Lin Ming's body. This sovereign sound did not come from Lin Ming's throat, but rumbled forth from his entire body. In that moment, behind Lin Ming, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared from nowhere. A vast and majestic aura filled with boundless vigor suddenly burst forth. Fu! Lin Ming's true essence manifested into an azure light that shot out like 10,000 swords towards the approaching firestorm. This azure-colored true essence had a hint of eternal immortality. Although its aura was far less potent than the firestorm, and even though it was engulfed by the fires of the storm, the azure true essence was not extinguished. It completely routed the flames in Lin Ming's body. In this life-or-death crisis, on the precipice of doom, the true azure dragon's reverse scale blood that had fused into Lin Ming's heart had finally awoken. In that moment, the Thunder Flood Dragon was attacking the woman in red with his claws. Suddenly, he heard the staggering roar of a dragon, and his vast body trembled. It was as if a fear that stemmed from the deepest shadows of his soul had spilled forth, flooding his entire body. True dragon? No, impossible. How could Sky Spill Continent possibly contain a true dragon? The Thunder Flood Dragon didn't even have the time to turn back. The woman in red's 4-foot blood-colored sword had already directly pierced towards him. In a battle between masters, to be distracted was a fatal taboo. Die. The Thunder Flood Dragon opened its great mouth and a pure black thunder ball came out to attack the woman in red. At the same time, the woman in red's scarlet longsword had pierced the Thunder Flood Dragon's body. The firestorm spun Lin Ming and the 7 or 8 deep blue thunder lizards away and they pounded onto the magnetic or ground 1,000 feet away from the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. At this time, Lin Ming was as naked as when he was born, and many places on his body were charred black. His hair was burnt. He looked to be in an incomparably miserable state. However, by virtue of the dominating power of the flame essence and the awakened strength of the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming was able to protect his meridians. Although he was injured in the firestorm, it wouldn't leave hidden wounds that would negatively affect his cultivation in the future. As long as he took time to recuperate, he would be able to make a full recovery. The 7 or 8 blue thunder lizards, however, were in a wretched condition. If they hadn't been injured, they would have managed to survive barely, but these thunder lizards had already been seriously injured in battle. This time, they were caught in the firestorm, and their entire bodies were roasted black. They were half dead. As Lin Ming landed, he bounced up and immediately turned around and ran. The only thought in his mind was to leave Thundercrash Mountain as fast as he could, and run far, far, far away. When he fell, the thunder lizards that were on the ground didn't have a chance to respond. When they did, Lin Ming had already run over 1,000 feet away. A dark blue thunder lizard growled, and chased after Lin Ming intending to kill him. It faintly remembered that this human had come from the ancestors' cave entrance. Did this human enter the ancestors' cave? Thinking this, the deep blue thunder lizard became immeasurably angry. Not even the purple thunder lizard had the right to enter the ancestors' cave. A mere human dared to blaspheme them and trespass into their holy land. The dark blue thunder lizard roared, and several other thunder lizards started rushing towards Lin Ming. They all gathered together to chase Lin Ming down and eviscerate him. These were high-quality beasts with the bloodline of a flood dragon. Their bodies were extremely powerful. Even the explosive aftermath of a Xiantian master's attacks hadn't killed them. Lin Ming activated his movement technique to the maximum. He dearly wished that he could spring forth a pair of wings and fly. Even though he had the top movement technique, Golden Rock shattering the void, his speed was still inferior to the dark blue thunder lizard. He was at the peak of bone forging and they were at the peak of Hutian. This was a full 2 realms difference in their cultivation levels. It was a deficiency that a top-tier movement technique couldn't make up. Luckily, the Xiantian realm purple thunder lizard was too strong and hadn't been sucked into that flaming tornado, otherwise, Lin Ming would already have died by now. The 7 or 8 thunder lizards angrily rushed forwards. Especially the deep blue thunder lizard, its power was equal to a half-step Hutian realm martial artist. Its speed was like lightning, its horrifying agility was simply completely visually incompatible with its size. Boom, boom, boom. The deep blue thunder lizard shattered the magnetic stone beneath its feet as it ran forwards at high speed. Its entire body was surrounded by crackling arcs of blue lightning. Its running speed was nearly 1.5 times faster than Lin Ming. Even with the approaching threat that it would overtake him, at the moment, Lin Ming was incomparably calm. He remembered, There was a cliff not too far away. If he rushed into the sky, it would be likely to attract the attention of the Thunder Flood Dragon. So, jumping off the cliff was the best choice. Catcher. The dark blue thunder lizard chasing him opened its mouth to spit out a dark blue thunderball towards him. At the same time, Lin Ming saw that the cliff was only a few dozen feet away. He leapt into the air, his body drawing an arc through the sky. He was like an arrow that had been shot towards the cliff. Bang! The blue thunder ball accurately struck Lin Ming. But the force of the blow also accelerated Lin Ming's movement. Lin Ming forcefully suppressed the growing numbing feeling in his body as he conjured his true essence again. With the aid of the concept of wind, his speed had reached an extreme. The cliff was 10,000 feet high. Lin Ming couldn't even see the bottom. He was like a flying bird, jumping off the cliff. Roar! Roar! As the 7 or 8 chasing blue thunder lizards saw the cliff, they abruptly stopped. They stood at the edge of the cliff, mouths dripping with unbridled fury as they roared at the cliff bottom. The thunder lizards could not fly. Let alone the peak Hutian realm blue thunder lizard, even a Xiantian realm thunder lizard could not fly. They could only do so if they awakened the true potential in their bloodline, becoming an avatar of a thunder flood dragon. Several of the thunder lizards were unwilling to let things go, constantly shooting blue lightning off the cliff. But by now, Lin Ming had already turned into a small spot in the distance. Besides the lightning attacks of 2 dark blue thunder lizards, everything else missed. The speed of the lightning was too quick. Because Lin Ming had also been injured, he was unable to dodge the 2 thunderballs. Bang! An intense numbing sensation surged within him. Even though Lin Ming had a thunder soul in him, he had been hit so many times that he spat out blood. The whirring sound of air breezed past his ears. With just a few breaths of time, Lin Ming was already 1,000 feet from the bottom. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and ignored the injuries he had taken. Lin Ming fiercely moved his true essence and spread his arms outwards. An invisible force generated under Lin Ming's body as his falling speed suddenly decreased. After a few moments, Lin Ming's speed had come to a complete standstill. He took a spare set of clothes out of his spatial ring and quickly put it on. With a wave of his hand, he landed on a rock, sliding down towards the bottom of the cliff. Lin Ming then held onto a large tree that was at the bottom of the cliff, gasping for breath. Although he hadn't been in any intense fights, just resisting the firestorm a while ago had consumed most of the true essence reserves in his body. As he recalled the azure-colored true essence that contained a hint of eternally immortal breath, Lin Ming was secretly startled. Was that the power that came with the reverse scale blood? He looked up at the cliff top. This cliff was 8,000 feet high. If a thunder lizard really did think of jumping down, they would be turned into a muddy mess of flesh. Not knowing how the battle between the Thunder Flood Dragon and the woman in red had ended, Lin Ming didn't dare to stop to heal his wounds. He forcefully suppressed the churning blood in him, and turned to run down the mountain. He wanted to immediately leave Thunder Crash Mountain in one go. If he ran 180 miles and changed directions a few times and then hide in a bunch of tall grass, he didn't believe that the Thunder Flood Dragon could still find him. Thinking of the harvest he had in his spatial ring, Lin Ming's thoughts heated up with delight. These were the Thunder attribute treasures that the Thunder Flood Dragon had saved up for 10,000 years, and yet, he had picked them like peaches. If the Thunder Flood Dragon discovered this, he was afraid that it would probably swallow him alive just to vent its anger. With the aid of the concept of wind, Lin Ming was able to quickly descend the mountain. Because he was already far away from the Thunder Flood Dragon, he didn't need to be discreet. He launched his movement technique and leapt several hundred feet into the air. This ability was similar to flight. After he passed the snow mountain region, he reached the mountainside. To Lin Ming, nothing here was a threat to him. But at this time, Lin Ming actually felt a deep pain throb in his body. Damn, my injuries are flaring up. Lin Ming frowned. The lightning attacks from the thunder lizard weren't much, but the flames from the vermilion bird continued to grow. Although it had been overwhelmed before by the azure true essence, now it had suddenly resurged, like a wildfire that met a spring breeze. If he had the support of the flame essence, Lin Ming wouldn't be too alarmed. But the rogue fires in his body had already left the flame essence. With such a tenacious vitality, it really made him feel apprehensive. With Lin Ming's current condition, let alone summoning that azure true essence, he didn't even know how much ordinary true essence he could mobilize. I can't forcefully restrain it again. Otherwise, I might damage my meridians. With wounds to the meridians, it will be very difficult to heal. It will leave behind hidden wounds that become a barrier for when I try to break through to pulse condensation. Lin Ming took a pill out of his spatial ring and swallowed it. He decided to first leave Thundercrash Mountain, and then find a safe and hidden place to heal his wounds. Afterwards, he would devour the power of thunder from the rare treasures and materials he had obtained. After eating up these rare treasures, just how strong would the thunder soul in him become? Chapter 209 Injured Maiden. Chapter 209 Injured Maiden. Chapter 209 Injured Maiden. In a cave at the base of Thundercrash Mountain, Lin Ming was recovering from his injuries as he meditated. The residual flames of the vermilion bird had been difficult to deal with. Only after spending a great deal of effort was Lin Ming just able to suppress it forcefully. After swallowing a medicinal pill, Lin Ming probed his body with his soul force. Any hidden wounds were almost healed. Lin Ming looked at the sky. The sun was setting over the horizon. Lin Ming intended to flee Thundercrash Mountain during the night and find a secret place to refine the thunder attribute treasures he had picked up. It was a pity that he hadn't succeeded in obtaining the Thunder Soul. This caused Lin Ming to feel a bit of regret. As he carefully made his way out of the cave, Lin Ming launched his movement technique. He was like a sleek cheetah as he made his way through the forest with only the sounds of branches breaking beneath his feet. In an instant, Lin Ming had already rushed forwards several miles into the distance. The sun disappeared over the horizon, and the dim forest became completely dark. But this had no impact on Lin Ming's speed. After rushing several dozen more miles out, Lin Ming stopped in his footsteps. With his keen senses, he felt an overwhelmingly rich flame energy in the air. Looking around, Lin Ming found that the surrounding ground was scorched black, and even the green leaves on the trees had been toasted into a withering yellow. They had apparently been roasted by a fiery air. With all these signs of burned objects around him, Lin Ming was able to find obvious traces of flame, as if something flaming had gone deep into the forest. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before following the traces of flames for several steps. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Blood? On the ground, there were some dark red bloodstains. And the deadwood and leaves surrounding the bloodstains had been burnt to ashes. Lin Ming had a faint guess of what had happened. He restrained the breath of his body and sent out his soul force. Cautiously following the traces of flame, he only had to walk 2 or 3 miles before he suddenly froze in his steps. In a clearing in the forest, a large red bird was sprawled on the ground, prostrate. This was the vermilion bird that Lin Ming had seen before. This surprised Lin Ming. The vermilion bird's wing was actually broken. Blood constantly dripped from the wound. The bloodstains that he had seen in the forest were left behind by this injured vermilion bird. Looking at the ebbing appearance of the vermilion bird, it looked like it received extremely heavy injuries. The flames of its body weren't as vibrant as they were before. Instead, they were like the flickering wicks of a candle flame just before it was extinguished. Behind the vermilion bird, there was a woman in red leaning against a tree trunk. Her face was pale, her gorgeous eyes were closed shut and her long eyelashes were slightly trembling. Her body was wrapped in fire and arcs of purple lightning. In the dark night, it was an especially dramatic image. Obviously, she was also seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's eyes widened in stupefaction. The woman in red had been suppressing the Thunder Flood Dragon in their battle, so how did the situation reverse and she take such a heavy injury? If she couldn't win, she could at least have fled. But even her vermilion bird mount had broken a wing. Did the Thunder Flood Dragon used an overwhelming final trump card? Or was there another awe-inspiring powerhouse that had arrived? Lin Ming looked at the woman in red, and his expression changed several times, revealing his conflicting thoughts. He finally decided to return to where he came from. A powerhouse like this, even if severely injured, would still not find it difficult to kill him. Lin Ming didn't want to place his own little life in the hands of others. Of course, He also thought that if he could help the woman in red cure her injury, she would have to owe him a favor. The value of a favor from a Xiantian realm master could be imagined. But if she was a Xiantian realm master, she most likely have several miracle medicines and elixirs that she could casually bring out that were tantamount to his entire net worth. Why would she need his help in curing any injuries? Just as Lin Ming took a step back, the woman in red opened her eyes. Her jet-black pupils stared forth. In the dark night, her eyes were just like shining stars. Lin Ming stopped, standing where he was. He hesitated for a moment, before respectfully calling out, "Greetings, Senior. It's you." The woman in red had already felt someone nearby. It was only because their cultivation level was not high that she didn't care too much. But it seemed that she had run across the boy from Thundercrash Mountain. This was the third time they had met. This was truly destiny. "Do you know if there is a large southern tribe nearby?" the woman in red asked. Her voice frail, but it still revealed an innate sense of prideful nobility. "Yes, there is one 200 miles to the southwest," Lin Ming said truthfully. He guessed that during the time on the summit, the woman in red had been too busy to bother with such a weak and unimportant person like himself. There was no way that she knew that he had already looted the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave, so he didn't worry that she would covet anything on him. 200 miles. The woman in red sighed, a sharp bitterness flashing across her face. She hadn't imagined that one day, a dignified maiden of divine Phoenix Island like herself would be stumped by a mere 200 miles. Lin Ming became aware of the bitterness in the woman in red. He was surprised for a moment and then, he immediately understood. It was not only the vermilion bird whose wing was broken, but the woman in red was heavily injured too, to the point where even walking would be a painfully onerous task. He was curious, how did this woman in red, who had been the one with the upper hand, suddenly suffer such a heavy injury? Of course, that was a question that he didn't dare to ask. Although it was unlikely, Lin Ming still politely asked, "Senior, is there any way that I can help you?" The woman in red thought for a moment, and then asked, "This tribe that you mentioned, do they have any heavenly wind eagles for sale?" Lin Ming shook his head. "It's only a small tribe, they wouldn't have a mount like that. But they do have horses." Lin Ming's sentence trailed off as he glanced at the vermilion bird. "Such a hefty bird, can a horse actually transport it?" The woman in red shook her head, her eyes flashing with disappointment. She gently said, "Thank you." Then she stood up, and bent over to whisper into the vermilion bird's ear. The vermilion bird opened both eyes and whined a few times, struggling to stand up. The vermilion bird tried to use its wings to prop itself up, but because its left wing was broken, it lost its balance and almost fell to the ground. The woman in red couldn't bear to watch such a pitiful scene. With a bit of deep regret, she stretched her jade-white hand out and placed it on the vermilion bird's chest, continuously pouring fire true essence into the vermilion bird's body. As the woman in red's true essence was poured into the vermilion bird's healthy appearance was restored a bit. But, at the same time, the purple electric arcs of lightning on the woman in red's body became wilder and more powerful. After more snaking arcs of lightning sprung up, the woman in red's face became increasingly pale. Lin Ming had been clearly watching everything from the side. The lightning was obviously left behind by the Thunder Flood Dragon's attack, and the purple arcs of lightning were originating from within the woman in red's body. Before, the woman in red had been using her own true essence to suppress the lightning in her body, but she didn't seem to achieve any success. Now that she had poured a part of her true essence into the vermilion bird, the lightning around her became immediately fierce. If it was a force of thunder that even the woman in red could not suppress, then maybe. Lin Ming had a faint guess. This speculation caused him to pant, and his heart began to beat like a wild drum. Seeing the woman in red take a pill and limp towards the vermilion bird, leading it towards the southwest, Lin Ming opened his mouth and said, "Senior, may I have a look at your injury?" The woman in red turned her head, looking at Lin Ming with surprise. Although this youth in front of her seemed somewhat mystical, and his strength far surpassed his current cultivation, she didn't think that there was any chance that he could possibly cure her injuries. As the Thunder Flood Dragon went all out with his final strike, she could only use her thick true essence to barely suppress it. She had no other means to deal with it. The woman in red had only wanted some of the Thunder Flood Dragon's blood to help the vermilion bird complete its evolution. She had even brought sufficient treasures and terms to equally exchange with the Thunder Flood Dragon. She had never imaged that this matter, which could not have been regarded too seriously, had caused the Thunder Flood Dragon to bet everything it had against her. As the woman in red held the upper hand and was suppressing the Thunder Flood Dragon, it didn't even hesitate to use up the millennia Thunder Soul that it had been refining within itself for so long as its final strike. If it was any common power of thunder, the woman in red would have been able to use her true essence to extinguish it. However, the Thunder Soul clung to life and refused to be smothered out. After entering her body, she had to transfer all of the true essence in her body to contain it. If she relaxed her guard just a bit, or used up any true essence, the Thunder Soul would immediately manifest, wantonly attacking the meridians in her body. Because of this reason, she didn't even have the ability to fly now. If she wanted to eliminate the Thunder Soul from within her body, she could only do so at Divine Phoenix Island. But Divine Phoenix Island was 500,000 miles from here. Thinking this, the woman in red's heart was filled with bitterness. With her current condition, she would die before she ever walked the distance. The vermilion bird rushed out of Thundercrash Mountain in order to salvage its life. It had also been seriously injured and it had barely managed to descend the mountain. Its left wing had been completely destroyed. One person and one bird would easily attract attention from high-level vicious beasts in this beastly forest. The woman in red could easily deal with them, however, the problem was if they came in great numbers. If they did, the woman in red would have to use up an excessive amount of true essence, aggravating her injuries. The woman in red didn't imagine that she would be placed in such a plight. It seemed that she had reached a dead end. She said to Lin Ming, "Thank you, but no. You have no means to deal with my wound." She guessed that Lin Ming came from some great family in the mortal world, and he probably had some sort of expensive miracle medicine on his body. But she had many of these pill and elixirs, and hers were even better. However, all her medicines were nothing in front of the Thunder Soul. Lin Ming knew that the woman in red wouldn't believe him. He said, "Senior, I would just like to take a look. If I can't do anything, I will naturally give up." With Senior's wound as they are now, does Senior actually plan on take the vermilion bird with a broken wing to the human tribe? Or does Senior plan on staying in this vicious beast forest? I fear that both these plans are a bit dangerous. I said, "There is nothing that you can do about my injury," the woman in red said impatiently. She was someone who was used to being in the superior position and listened to. She wasn't used to others questioning her, especially about such an obvious matter. This was just like a little child telling an sage doctor that he would help take his pulse and see what illness he had. That doctor would absolutely think that the little child was just playing around and whiling his time away. If it weren't because the youth was so young, the woman in red would even suspect that he was having improper thoughts to take advantage of the situation. Lin Ming saw the woman in red's evident impatience and grumpiness. He did have an ulterior motive in asking to take a look at her wound. It was because he wanted to examine the possibility of the Thunder Soul. He patiently said, "I just want to take a look. If I can't do anything, you have nothing to lose. You're a great Xiantian master, why would you be afraid of a little bone-forging boy like myself?" Chapter 210 Healing Wounds. Chapter 210 Healing Wounds. Chapter 210 Healing Wounds. The woman in red frowned at Lin Ming. She had been born with an inherent dignity and pride. Now, with her current cultivation and status, her noble manner had already integrated into her being. That didn't mean she was arrogant, this was only a normal response. It was just like the impossible prospect of a supreme empress obeying the orders of a common peasant, not to mention that the peasant was speaking such unrealistic words. Lin Ming saw that the woman in red was silent, so he tentatively took a few steps forward. "Senior, if I may, can I suggest using my soul force to examine your injury?" Hearing Lin Ming's inquiry, the woman in red expression became increasingly dark. Soul force was able to penetrate most objects, for instance, things like the human body, or clothes. If she lay down the true essence shielding her body, and let the other party scan her, it was no different than removing all her clothes. Everything would be visible. How could she possibly agree to such a request? The woman in red coldly snorted, then turned around to walk away. With her identity and status, she would normally never come into contact with such a simple boy. They were people of completely separate worlds. If it weren't for today's special circumstances, these two would have never exchanged so many words. Lin Ming saw the woman in red turn away. He rolled his eyes, and loudly said, "Senior, you were struck by the Thunder Flood Dragon's Thunder Soul, right?" The woman in red stiffened. In surprise, she turned her head to look at Lin Ming. Although she had guessed this teenager in front of her was some extraordinary person in the mortal world, she didn't think that he would have such good sight. Although he hadn't used any soul force to examine her, he was still able to correctly guess what sort of injury she had. "How did you know?" "Just a guess." Lin Ming shrugged. His speculation was the start, but the restlessness of the Thunder Soul in the heretical god seed let Lin Ming be confident in his guess. Seeing the woman in red hesitate, Lin Ming continued, "How about it? In any case, you'll find it difficult to suppress the Thunder Soul in your body anytime soon. There's no point in abandoning any hope. In desperate situations, you should try everything. If it doesn't work, then there's no loss for you." Hearing desperate situation, the woman in red's eyebrows slanted upwards. An invisible pressure suddenly rolled off from her body. Lin Ming shrunk backwards. He knew that he had said something wrong, just like a peasant that had insulted an empress. To say such words to an existence like her, his fate could be imagined. He hastily said, "I'm sorry, I spoke incorrectly." Millimeter. Seeing that Lin Ming did not feel distress under her pressure, the woman in red was somewhat surprised. She was a maiden of divine Phoenix Island and the bloodline of the vermilion bird flowed through her. If she didn't deliberately restrain her aura, those that came closer to her would usually feel a sense of discomfort. This suppression originated from the depths of her special bloodline. Yet, this young body didn't even have the least bit reaction. It was really weird. Was it possible that he also had some special bloodline? "How old are you?" the woman in red asked. Lin Ming hesitated, and then, he truthfully said, "I'm 1 month from 16. He thought that his cultivation being at the peak bone forging stage at this age would surprise the woman in red, but he didn't think that the woman in red's eyebrows would only prick up a bit, sizing Lin Ming up once more, not looking too impressed. Lin Ming ruefully smiled. It seemed that he had thought too highly to himself. In the eyes of this woman in red, his cultivation was only considered good, not stunning. Of course, Qin Xingxuan was half a year younger than him, and she had already reached the early bone forging stage a month or 2 ago. If Qin Xingxuan was his age, it wouldn't be strange for her to reach the peak bone forging stage. The woman in red said, "All right. I'll let you look once. But, when you use your soul force, behave yourself." The woman in red's tone was extremely harsh. To think that she, a master half-step into the revolving core realm, would actually agree to such ridiculous demands from a little boy and let him attempt to treat her. She really would be the laughingstock of everyone in the world. "I understand." Lin Ming didn't even have the courage to randomly scan her body with his soul force. Otherwise, this woman in red would start raging and probably kill him. As Lin Ming walked over to the woman in red, he was able to clearly smell a delicate fragrance emanating from her body. Although this fragrance smelled very nice, Lin Ming didn't dare to even breathe for fear that the woman in red would go crazy. "Well, can you sit down first?" The woman in red looked at Lin Ming, and then sat down. Although she felt that this young boy had some secrets on him, she had no hope that he would be able to help her. When the Thunder Flood Dragon had used his final strike, he had poured his life essence and blood into the Thunder Soul. In addition to that, the Thunder Flood Dragon had nourished and refined the Thunder Soul in his body for many millennia. It could be said that the Thunder Soul contained the origin will of the Thunder Flood Dragon, and it was equal to an unthinking avatar of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Not even a master with Xiantian realm cultivation and Thunder attribute would be able to absorb this Thunder Soul. The Thunder Soul also had immortal characteristics that refused to be extinguished. If she wanted to extract it without harming herself, she could only ask a revolving core elder of her sect. Lin Ming wasn't clear of the mysteries present, otherwise, he would hesitate to expose his secrets in order to risk the danger of absorbing the Thunder Soul. If he managed to arouse the interest of the woman in red, he would be finished if she decided to investigate him. Lin Ming politely extended his soul force into the woman in red's body, carefully avoiding any sensitive regions. Quickly, he was able to discern the source of the power of thunder. It was exactly at the woman in red's heart. Without a doubt, this was where the thunder soul was hiding. The heart was the weak point of a human. If the thunder soul was hiding in her heart, it would be extremely troublesome to deal with. Lin Ming penetrated his soul force into her heart, and he saw a small purple thunder flood dragon roaring and clawing as it made threatening gestures. It constantly generated purple arcs of electricity from its body that constantly seeped into the woman in red's body. This is the thunder soul. Lin Ming could feel that his heretical godseed was becoming very excited. It wanted to devour this thunder soul. Millimeter. This thunder soul seems to contain a fiery soul, as if it is self-aware. Is this the thunder soul, or the thunder flood dragon's soul? Lin Ming hesitated. At this moment, he discovered that there was a faint cage of flames that surrounded the small purple thunder flood dragon, firmly trapping it. The small purple thunder flood dragon continuously attacked the flame cage, biting at the bars in an attempt to tear it open. This flame cage was a true essence seal that the woman in red had put in place. If it weren't for this seal, the small purple thunder flood dragon's spirit would have already broken into the woman in red's body, destroying everything recklessly. Retracting his soul force, Lin Ming moved behind the woman in red. He sat down and put his hand on her back. This action caused the woman in red to suddenly stiffen. Not in all her years had a man dared to touch her like this. "What are you doing?" Lin Ming confidently said, "I'm sucking the thunder soul out. My true essence is a thunder attribute, so I might be able to absorb the thunder soul." The woman in red was disgruntled. "You want to absorb the thunder soul with your cultivation? Even an ordinary thunder soul would ruin your meridians. This thunder soul has the inherent origin will of the thunder flood dragon. Even thunder attribute masters would be helpless, and you think you are enough? Hurry up and leave, I don't have time to play with you." The woman in red's words trailed off. To her amazement, she felt that the power of thunder that the small purple thunder flood dragon released was being pulled by an invisible strength towards her back, as if it were being sucked away by the youth's palm. The young boy's hand became extremely hot on her back. With his palm touching her, it was a very strange feeling. This is... The woman in red was stunned. Although this was only the power of thunder that was released by the thunder soul, it shouldn't have been easy to absorb. Just how was this young man doing this? At this moment, something more startling occurred. The woman in red discovered that the small purple thunder flood dragon in her heart was become violently restless, as if it feared something that was approaching. It no longer released the power of thunder. Instead, it put its full force into breaking the flame cage, wanting to escape immediately. What was going on? What was the thunder flood dragon afraid of? The woman in red was shocked. Was it because of the youth behind her? The small purple thunder flood dragon was struggling with all its might, but there was an invisible force that had locked onto it. This force wasn't too strong, but it contained an immense pressure. This pressure not only suppressed the thunder flood dragon's soul, it also suppressed the thunder soul itself. What was acting on the thunder flood dragon's soul was the blood of the true dragon. This was bloodline suppression of the thunder flood dragon. As for what was acting on the thunder soul itself, it was the heretical godseed suppression. Under this dual suppression, the thunder flood dragon began to violently fear. Lin Ming's true essence was nothing compared to the thunder flood dragon. But this suppression had nothing to do with cultivation at all. This was akin to the law of suppression, not allowing any dissent or rebellion. Kai kai kai. The power of thunder was unceasingly siphoned from the small purple thunder flood dragon's body. The thunder flood dragon grew increasingly anxious and frightened, madly slamming against the flame cage. This caused the woman in red to bite her lips, her complexion becoming increasingly pale. She had used almost all of her true essence to maintain the flame cage, and her body was extremely weak at the moment. However, at this time, Lin Ming didn't feel much better. Although the heretical godseed and the true dragon's blood were duly pressuring the thunder soul, Lin Ming's cultivation was just too weak. This was like a little child that took 2 peerless treasure swords to deal with a wild tiger. Lin Ming was able to absorb the power of thunder. This power of thunder was a trivial product of the Thunder Soul, but yet, it placed a huge pressure on Lin Ming. He was almost unable to suppress it. Ha! Lin Ming shut off his soul force and removed his right hand from the woman in red. He gasped for breath in great, heaving gulps. At this time, his right palm was completely covered in sweat. The woman in red turned around, her beautiful pair of eyes blinking at Lin Ming. Her exquisite face was filled with a look of utter disbelief. She hadn't imagined that this little boy would actually have a way to move the Thunder Soul. It had even managed to frighten the origin will that the Thunder Flood Dragon had left in the Thunder Soul. Although this boy's cultivation was only at the bone forging stage, it was the truth. Of course, if the woman in red knew that during the battle on the summit of Thundercrash Mountain, the reason that the Thunder Flood Dragon had been suddenly distracted and allowed her to injure it was because this young boy had inexplicably gave out a fearsome true dragon's roar, she would be shocked speechless. Chapter 211 Peculiar Young Boy. Chapter 211 Peculiar Young Boy. Chapter 211 Peculiar Young Boy. What's your name? May I know what school you are from? The woman in red eyes twinkled as she looked at the drenched in sweat Lin Ming. She found it difficult to keep herself calm. In addition to the fact that this youth did not fear the pressure that was brought about by the vermilion bird's bloodline, he was even able to cause the Thunder Flood Dragon's origin will to feel a faint sense of terror. He was definitely a person of extraordinary means. Perhaps there was something special about his body, bloodline, or soul. Or maybe, he came from some ancient mystical family. Hearing the lady ask for his name and school, Lin Ming hesitated. He was prepared to give her the fake name Mo Lin that he made up, but at this moment, the woman in red said, "There is no need to say it if you find it inconvenient." Although Lin Ming's hesitation wasn't very evident, the woman in red still noticed. If he had some special bloodline or came from a secret martial cultivation family, then he might be reluctant to disclose his identity. "I saw you climbing Thundercrash Mountain before. Did you manage to ascend by yourself?" The woman in red casually asked. "Yes. I am a thunder attribute martial artist, so I have a very strong resistance to the power of thunder. Otherwise, there was no way that I would have made it that far," Lin Ming said with a self-deprecating smile as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Oh," the woman in red inadvertently uttered. She was quite startled. The thunder lizards didn't just have powerful thunder-based attacks, but their formidable bodies were extremely dangerous weapons. Even if he had absolute immunity to thunder, a boy merely at the peak bone forging stage would find it impossible to arrive at the snowy mountain region. This could only mean that this youth had a strength that far surpassed other martial artists at the same level of cultivation. To reach peak bone forging before he was 16, this result was simply nothing to the talents of major sects and large aristocratic families. But, if his cultivation reached the peak bone forging stage, and he also had strength that surpassed someone at the same cultivation, then that was surprising. There weren't many young talents like this even at Divine Phoenix Island. The two fell into a brief lull of silence. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, constantly revolving the true primal chaos formula to suppress the violent power of thunder within himself. This thunder soul was simply disastrous to absorb. Not only that, but it also contained the origin will of the Thunder Flood Dragon within it. Otherwise, the woman in red would not have been left in such a powerless state. As he circulated the true essence within his body, Lin Ming quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. His conscious control separated from his body, and his true essence began to spontaneously revolve through the most perfect route possible. His physical condition rapidly recovered. Meanwhile, the fiery power of thunder was also subdued by the heretical god seed. The woman in red had also been sitting in meditation and recovering her condition, focusing on imprisoning the thunder soul within herself. Her eyes were glued onto Lin Ming as he practiced martial intent. She carefully observed him for less than half an incense stick of time to determine that she hadn't been mistaken. This boy, he had actually comprehended his own martial intent. The woman in red gasped. She thought that he was just a trivial little boy of the mortal world, but he kept surprising her over and over again. First, He had suppressed the origin will of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Then, his true strength and age came into an amazing contrast, and now, he had actually comprehended a martial intent. It had to be known that the woman in red had reached the extreme Xiantian realm, and had even taken a half-step into the revolving core realm. To someone at her level, there were very few things that could surprise her. Even the top geniuses of large sects and great families would only earn a little nod from her. Yet, in the mortal world, she had actually encountered a little boy that looked as harmless as a bunny, and yet, had so many impressive qualities. A martial intent was exceedingly rare. In tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of martial artists, there might not be a single person that had comprehended one. It was an incomparably precious ability. It wasn't something that came from martial talent or cultivation. Rather, it could only be created by one's own hands. If parents were talents, then their children would mostly be talented too. Large sects have gone through thousands upon thousands of years of accumulated development and the screening of individuals in order to produce countless talents. The strong enjoyed more resources, while the weak were eliminated. The ones that remained were the elite of the elite. The children of these extraordinary characters would also be extraordinary. While being an amazing talent, they would also have limitless precious pills and rare elixirs growing up. They could use true essence stones as they pleased, have top-tier cultivation methods and skills, and also have the best master and teachers. This person was destined to set foot into the Xiantian realm. Even if an average person of the mortal world cultivated for a lifetime, they still wouldn't even touch their toes. This was the result of the difference in birth. But even to these young talents of large sects, for a 15-year-old to reach the bone-forging stage or pulse condensation period, and simultaneously comprehend a martial intent, this sort of thing could only be considered serendipity. One's heart of martial arts and martial intent were related. The purer and more substantive one's heart of martial arts, the higher their chances of being able to comprehend a martial intent. But to the majority of geniuses in the large sects and families, they had lived their lives peacefully and were free of worries. At the start of their path, their parents had already paved their road with riches. By only traveling across vast, flat lands, how could they possibly have a strong heart of martial arts? To those that had suffered the tribulations of torment and suffering, traveling the bumpy road of life, being born short of resources and not even having much marital talent, it would be difficult for them to break through to the pulse condensation period even in their 20s. However, it wasn't too strange or fearful for someone like this to comprehend a martial intent. But this young boy in front of her, he was so young and yet so ridiculously strong for his cultivation. Not only that, but he had also comprehended a martial intent. He was simply an evil omen, a monstrous genius. Not having realized it, the woman in red's gaze had filled with curiosity. This boy had some many unusual secrets. Just who was he? A quarter hour quietly slipped by. Under the help of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming was able to quickly suppress the restless power of thunder within his body. He rose up, saying, "Let's go. If I remember correctly, there's a cave not too far away that we can hide in." During the night, the forests of the southern wilderness are haunted by vicious beasts. If we stay here, we won't have a decent rest. Because most of the power of thunder within the woman in red's body was siphoned off by Lin Ming, she had returned to a passable condition. She took out several miracle medicines to feed to the vermilion bird, and then woman and bird followed Lin Ming forwards. That's right, I forgot to ask, did the Thunder Flood Dragon die? Lin Ming suddenly thought of this, asking. It's not dead. But, its injuries are heavier than mine, and I've killed off most of its descendants. The woman in red casually said. Oh. Lin Ming let out a breath. Good thing he had run away quickly, or else he might have died in the aftermath if he stayed on the mountain summit. He didn't believe his defensive capabilities were better than the purple thunder lizard. If it hasn't died, then we should be careful, Lin Ming said as he walked in front of the woman in red. He had been backtracking on the traces of flames that were left behind by the vermilion bird. The traces hadn't disappeared and were far too obvious. The woman in red followed Lin Ming in consternation. Although her cultivation was 108,000 miles from Lin Ming's, in terms of experiences within the night forest and life skills, her ability was lacking compared to Lin Ming. She was usually flying in the sky, There was never any time she had to pass through a forest on foot. As they walked, Lin Ming neatly cleaned up any traces of their path, and also took a moment to hunt a blue-eyed deer. For the several days since his adventure on Thundercrash Mountain, he had only been surviving on dried rations and water from his spatial ring. He was getting sick and tired of the bland taste. The two quickly arrived at the cave. The interior was extremely humid and wet. Lin Ming lit a fire, and looked for some dry hay to spread on the ground. He apologized to the woman in red. "Sorry, this might be a bit of an inconvenience for you." Afterwards, he took out a knife and began to skin the blue-eyed deer. His hands moved like the wind. The manner in which he sliced open the deer seemed chaotic and messy, but after several minutes, Lin Ming actually grasped at it and, with his hand, extracted more than a dozen strips of white tendon from the deer. The woman in red's eyelids jumped. It seemed that Lin Ming hadn't been randomly cutting with his knife, but had actually been removing the white tendons from the blue-eyed deer. These white tendons crisscrossed each other and were woven like a net. To remove them was an extremely tedious and complicated task. But Lin Ming had used a very short time to complete this, and not only that, but the white tendons that he pulled out hadn't broken, the flesh had been cleanly sliced off. The woman in red was a bit clueless on how it had been done. To achieve this level of finesse, one would have to be very familiar with the body structure of the blue-eyed deer, and also have to undergo years of knife training. This was something that only a chef would ever do. What was this? Why would such a talented martial artist be a chef? And looking at the way his knife had achieved such a consummate degree of skill, this young boy had probably been a chef for many years already. Lin Ming saw the woman in red blankly gazing at the white strips of tendons in his hands and explained with a smile, "Blue-eyed deer has a very good flavor, but it has too much coarse tendon. It will affect the taste, so it's best to take it out." As Lin Ming spoke, his hands weren't idling. He used the knife to cut open the deer and dress it. Then, he made a few more seemingly random cuts and pulled out a pile of bones. Lin Ming then took out a thick branch, hung the blue-eyed deer on it, and began to grill it over the fire. The woman in red found that the deer Lin Ming had hung over for grilling had already been neatly marked and patterned by Lin Ming. The distance between every cut was even, it was extremely neat and structured. Seeing this, her expression became increasingly strange. What sort of background did this young boy have? If she didn't know of Lin Ming's strength, she would have really thought he was some famous cook. After a quarter hour passed, the deer meat began to turn into a glazed, golden yellow color. A little bit of fat had been melted by the flames, dropping into the fire below with a sizzling sound. As for the white tendons and bones, Lin Ming didn't waste any of it. He took out a pot from his spatial ring and placed the bits into it with some water, then placed it over the fire to cook as soup. The soup boiled, the barbecue was sweet and savory. Soon, the cave was filled with a delicious fragrance. Even though the woman in red primarily ate vegetables, she was unable to stop drooling as she smelled that delicious aroma. As for that hefty vermilion bird, it began to restlessly fidget. It even seemed to have forgotten that its wing was wounded. Its brilliantly flame-colored eyes were locked onto the barbecue in Lin Ming's hand as if wishing it could swallow it down whole. Because the flame had roasted the meat, the cuts on the deer meat had risen. Just looking at it caused one's appetite to increase. Even though it had been grilled for so long, there was not a single charred bit on the barbecue. It was a delicious golden brown, glistening with melted fat. The woman in red was impatiently waiting. Of course, she was careful to conceal her eagerness and continued to appear tranquil and calm. At this time, Lin Ming took out a collection of bottles and jars from his spatial ring. After opening them, it turned out to be salts and various other spices that were purchased at the southern tribes. When Lin Ming ran into the Na sisters, he had been buying salt at a southern tribe. Chapter 212 Thunder Soul Evolution. Chapter 212 Thunder Soul Evolution. Chapter 212 Thunder Soul Evolution. Lin Ming looked at the wide variety of seasonings and chose some to sprinkle on the barbecue. He had a very relaxed and enjoyable expression as he moved. The woman was completely speechless. Was this really a martial artist? She had never seen a sect elder or any talented disciples ever bring out seasonings and pots when going out on adventures. This was more like a chef than an actual martial artist. After a considerable amount of time, the woman in red finally heard the long-awaited words from Lin Ming. "It's done grilling, you can eat it." Millimeter, yes. The woman in red seriously nodded, and then immediately asked, "How do I eat this?" This blue-eyed deer was so large, obviously, there was no way she could use her mouth to bite into it. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He sent her a strange look. Did she not know how to eat food? Why would she ask such an idiotic question? He patiently replied, "Of course you eat by biting. Here, this is yours." He tore off a piece of the deer leg and thrust it towards the woman in red. The woman looked at such a large chunk of meat and was directly dumbfounded. She had never eaten something like this before. Was she supposed to use her hands and gnaw on it? Is there something wrong? "You don't like barbecue?" Lin Ming asked her with some puzzlement, seeing that the woman in red still hadn't taken it. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She awkwardly received the barbecue slice. As she attempted to take a bite, she saw that Lin Ming was staring at her. The woman in red's cheeks flushed. She turned around and used her sleeve to hide herself as she gently took a small bite. Lin Ming was left speechless. Wouldn't she be tired from eating like this? Exasperated, he didn't care too much. He tore off a piece of the deer thigh and chomped on it. The woman in red was focusing on eating the tender deer meat. Oil flowed through her lips and teeth, and the fragrance flowed into her mouth. At this moment, she had a strange feeling. Delicious, this was just too delicious. In fact, people that originated from large sects and families would rarely eat food like this. They mostly eat spiritual food and spiritual vegetables that were filled with abundant heaven and earth origin energy. They could be the abundant treasure troves of sects. They grew while continually absorbing heaven and earth origin energy which embedded into the fruits and vegetables themselves. Eating food like this long-term was advantageous to enhancing one's cultivation and accumulating Xiantian air. As for the food of the mortal world, such as barbecue, it was considered to be contaminated with the foul Hutian air. It wasn't good for eating. Therefore, this was the first time the woman in red had eaten barbecue. How does it taste? After eating dry rations for several days, Lin Ming's appetite was hearty. He tore down a big chunk of meat and ambiguously asked his question. He had full confidence in his cooking skills. "It's very tasty, but how do you know how to prepare food?" The woman in red swallowed a bit of meat and sent a puzzled look towards Lin Ming. This little boy was just too mysterious. Lin Ming continued eating the barbecue. He replied without looking up, "My family owns a restaurant." "Ah." The woman in red suddenly choked on her food. "What did you say?" "My parents own a restaurant, that's how I know how." Lin Ming looked up. He didn't feel this was anything to be surprised about. "No, I see." The woman in red was bewildered. She thought that Lin Ming originated from some profound martial cultivation family, but restaurant? Will a martial cultivation family open a restaurant? Did this imply that he was thoroughly immortal? A mortal, whose cultivation had managed to reach the peak bone forging stage before he was 16 years old. This was simply a talent that went against heaven's will. What was his martial talent? At least a medium 6th grade? A 6th grade talent would be considered a top tier even within Divine Phoenix Island. In the mortal world, the probability of this happening was simply too small. There might not even be 1 in a billion. If he was really immortal, then she could try to pull him into Divine Phoenix Island. Thinking this, the woman in red asked, "Where do you study your cultivation method from?" "The martial house." Lin Ming hesitated before he responded. "Oh." Hearing this reply, the woman in red was somewhat disappointed. Some sects, in order to increase their own strength and numbers, would open martial houses in various countries, and select the most outstanding talents to enter their sect. This youth was probably already chosen. Perhaps he was some personally trained core disciple. Otherwise, no matter how great his martial talent was, it would be impossible to reach the peak bone forging stage before the age of 16. Millimeter. Good soup. Lin Ming felt it was about time, so he took the lid off the pot. A rich aroma wafted into the air. He scooped a bowl and handed it to the woman in red. The woman in red lowered her head and blew away the steam, before gently sipping it. This soup really was quite delicious. A blue-eyed deer could be made into barbecue, but it could also be made into soup. The barbecue was a bit greasy, but when complemented with the tasty, clear and cleansing soup, it was simply perfection. Lin Ming also took a full bowl. But at this time, the vermilion bird who had been nesting in a corner let loose a few whines while looking towards Lin Ming with a pleading expression. Lin Ming turned and saw the vermilion bird gazing at him with a pitiful expression, its crimson eyes wide and sad. It was eagerly staring at the grilled deer over the fire. Lin Ming grinned. He took a chunk of the deer and walked over. The blue-eyed deer was over 100 jins. Even if Lin Ming ate just the leg, it was more than enough. The leftovers were originally prepared for the vermilion bird. But looking at the lamentable vermilion bird, Lin Ming's mind stirred with some sly thoughts. He said, "Big bird, I can give this barbecue to you, but leave behind a feather for me. In any case, you won't be able to fly any time soon." The vermilion bird was a saint beast from the lineage of the phoenix. An adult vermilion bird could bath in fires and be rebirthed through nirvana. However, this young vermilion bird did not have such an ability, but restoring its broken wing was still possible. The feather of a vermilion bird was very beneficial for refining a flame essence. Kai Guda had initially invaded Blackwater Swamp with his army in order to seek a feather of the vermilion bird. This was an opportunity that Lin Ming didn't want to miss. Although the vermilion bird couldn't speak, it was still able to understand Lin Ming's words. It hesitated for a moment, glancing at the barbecue in Lin Ming's hand, and then at its own beautiful feathers. It clenched its beak and nodded. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't known before now just how gluttonous a creature this vermilion bird was. It offered its cherished feathers at too cheap a price. Of course, a few feathers weren't much, it would easily regrow them. As the vermilion bird screeched in sorrow, Lin Ming plucked out a large feather and beamed with joy as he placed it in his spatial ring. Although the vermilion bird was heartbroken, the attractiveness of the barbecue was simply too alluring. It quickly gobbled down everything it could. Thinking of the feather in his spatial ring, Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. How would Kai Guda feel in the netherworld if he knew that he had traded some barbecue for a vermilion bird feather, something that him and his entire army couldn't obtain? He would probably be so mad he would die again. Lin Ming turned to look at the woman in red and said, "You eat first. There are a few things that I have to do, so I'll be leaving for a while. After some time I'll come back and heal your wound. If it's convenient, can I have your sound transmission information?" The woman in red had a thunder soul inside her chest. Lin Ming didn't want to accidentally lose her. Millimeter. The woman in red could only place her hope in Lin Ming at this moment. She was accustomed to relying on her own strength, but now that she had sunk so low, her thoughts were in turmoil. If she hadn't met Lin Ming today, her only course of action would be to bring the severely wounded vermilion bird and walk through the forest. She wouldn't even have had a place to settle for the night. The woman in red gave Lin Ming her sound transmission information and also some sound transmission talismans. These sound transmission talismans were quite impressive. It could be used from several thousands of miles away. This caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. A large sect truly was different. Since he was a child, the sound-transmitting talismans couldn't even cover 100 miles. They weren't much use after he left Sky Fortune City. The reason for Lin Ming wanting to avoid the woman in red, thus leaving, was to find a place to absorb the thundergrass and grow the thunder soul in his heretical god seed. He wasn't afraid that the woman in red might covet his thundergrass. This kind of thing probably wouldn't even enter her eyes. But he didn't want this woman in red to guess that he had entered into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. The small Thunder Flood Dragon in the woman in red's body was too vigorous and contentious. Although Lin Ming was able to deter it, he couldn't absorb it. He planned to enhance his thunder soul within his heretical god seed first, and then come back to deal with it. After he found a secluded place, Lin Ming took out the Millennium Thundergrass fruit and continuously guided the power of thunder into the heretical god seed. Time slowly passed. The flashing lightning arcs on the thundergrass fruit began to gradually die down, before completely shriveling as Lin Ming absorbed it into his body. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Examining his thunder soul, he was immediately delighted. The power of his thunder soul had increased by about 10%. Millennium Thundergrass was simply too different. It took around a quarter hour to absorb a thundergrass fruit. Lin Ming decided to continue until dawn, absorbing them unceasingly. Lin Ming slowly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. The power of thunder was pulled into his true essence and spontaneously entered into Lin Ming's meridians as they circulated in a perfect route. Purple arcs of lightning constantly flashed around Lin Ming, and the surrounding vegetation was scorched black. The thunder soul continuously grew. It had previously been less than an inch, but currently, it was the length of an adult's finger. The night was deep with the bright moon hanging in the boundless sky. The forest sounded with countless insects and the occasional beastly roar. Where Lin Ming was hiding, there were a few vicious beasts that had thoughts about ambushing him, but after feeling that crazy power of thunder that twined around him, they instantly shrunk back and ran as far as possible. As dawn approached, the last thundergrass fruit withered away as it was absorbed by Lin Ming. The thunder soul in his heretical godseed had grown to a full half a foot. At this moment, the heretical godseed began to fiercely shudder. The purple thunder soul began to emit a bright purple light as it quickly shrank, becoming shorter. Eventually, the thunder soul's final appearance was similar to a small steel needle. Before, the thunder soul looked as if it were a purple snake swimming in the air. But now, the thunder soul was completely straight like a needle, quietly suspended within the heretical godseed, with the purple light contained inside. It didn't look like thunder, but more like a material object. Although its shape was tiny, the dense cold aura emanating from the steel thunder needle let Lin Ming clearly know that this little thing's striking power was absolutely deadly. The Thunder Flood Dragon was able to control the thunder soul within its body to attack. Can I do the same? With that thought in mind, Lin Ming used his soul force to contact the thunder soul. As soon as his mind moved, the small needle that was quietly suspended in the heretical god seed instantly vanished. In the next moment, an almost invisible tiny purple light flashed forwards from Lin Ming's fingertips. With an unimaginable speed, it penetrated a large tree just across from him and instantly returned to Lin Ming's body as if nothing had happened. Phew! The fiery purple thunder had shot out without any warning. In that instant, the entire large tree had been turned into charcoal. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was stunned. The attack power of the Thunder Soul had surpassed his wildest imaginations. Moreover, the key was the compressed purple radiance. Its speed was simply frightening. Someone who didn't have an extremely keen perception would never be able to see the trajectory of the Thunder Soul's attack. Could such an attack kill Ouyang Dihua? Lin Ming was reminded of this enemy that had almost killed him. After he absorbed the Thunder Soul from the woman in red, he would head back to settle this blood debt. Chapter 213 Magnetic Birthstone. Chapter 213 Magnetic Birthstone. Chapter 213 Magnetic Birthstone. As the sun gradually rose from the horizon, Lin Ming had finished zealously cultivating the entire night. When he stood up, he discovered that all of his clothes had already been incinerated into nothing but ashes. Throughout the whole night, Lin Ming had been shining and sparking with the power of thunder. Normal fabrics like cotton couldn't withstand the flaming sparks produced by the thunder. As for the Thunder Soul in his heretical god seed that had taken on the shape of a steel needle, Lin Ming was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Thunder Souls and Flame Essences were also divided into different grades. It was only because there were too few of them, thus, it was simply out of reach for most people. That was why the specific grade divisions weren't well known. Lin Ming guessed that the heretical godseed's Thunder Soul had evolved, but he didn't know just how much it had. As he took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring and hastily dressed himself, Lin Ming launched his movement technique and ran through the forest, rushing towards the cave where the woman in red was waiting. At daybreak, the woman in red opened her eyes from a night of meditation. Her current condition was much improved from the horrendous state she had been in last night. The Thunder Soul still lurked inside her body, but it no longer attacked the flame cage like it had last night. Looking in front of her, the woman in red gazed at the still burning firewood. She smiled with a bit of self-deprecation. If she hadn't run into this strange young boy, then she would have suffered last night. She wouldn't have been able to make it out of the forest in time, and there wasn't anywhere to rest. She would also have had to deal with the continuous bother of vicious beasts and poisonous creatures. Although this wasn't in any way life-threatening, but after a night of tossing and turning, she would be bone-deep exhausted by the next day. It would have been much more difficult to suppress the thunder soul inside herself. At this moment, she heard the sound of twigs breaking from outside of the cave. The woman in red knew that the young boy had come back. Millimeter. It's only been one night, but his strength has increased. The woman in red was stunned as she looked at Lin Ming. Although his cultivation was still at the peak bone forging stage like before, the aura on his body was faintly different, a bit more compelling. The woman in red found they had understood Lin Ming less and less. This young boy just seemed to have a myriad of mysteries contained within him. Are you feeling better? Let's begin healing your wound. For the next few days we'll try to drive out the thunder soul within your body, Lin Ming said. Millimeter, all right. This time I'll help you, the woman in red said with a bit more positivity. Although she didn't believe that Lin Ming had any way to deal with the thunder soul, she hadn't used her true essence to assist him, so Lin Ming's true essence had quickly depleted. Great. Lin Ming was happy. With the help of the woman in red, it would be much less difficult. Seeing Lin Ming's face light up with happiness, the woman in red's mind stirred. She asked, "Are you planning on absorbing the thunder soul and using it for yourself?" Lin Ming blinked, and then nodded. There was no way to hide this matter. The woman in red shook her head. She said, "This thunder soul is called the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. It began as an ordinary thunder soul that was swallowed by the Thunder Flood Dragon and was refined within its body for thousands of years. According to division of grade, it is a low-grade Earth-step thunder soul. Thunder and lightning are one of the most violent and savage energies between heaven and earth. This is especially true of the thunder soul. It will destroy anything that comes near it, and it will be surpassingly difficult to subjugate it for your own use. A low-grade Earth-step thunder soul can only barely be absorbed by a middle Xiantian realm master. Not only that, but they would have to expend a great deal of their energy. Your strength right now is too weak. If you try it, it will explode your meridians." Lin Ming's heart sank as he heard this. He didn't think that the thunder soul would be so fierce. Yes, the heretical godseed was able to suppress the thunder soul and the blood of the true dragon was able to suppress the thunder flood dragon's primordial soul, but even with this dual suppression, he wasn't fully confident that he could suppress the purple flood dragon divine thunder. This was just like a little child taking two peerless godly weapons to challenge a dangerous vicious beast. Whether it would be victory or defeat was unknown. The woman in red said, "There might have been a way if this was an ordinary thunder soul, but this thunder soul has already reached the low-grade Earth-step ranking, and it also contains the blood essence and origin will of the thunder flood dragon, so it is much more difficult to deal with. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been placed in such a miserable condition." Lin Ming forced a smile. Indeed, the woman in red was astonishingly strong, yet she still couldn't do anything about the thunder soul. Even with her help, the most he could do was expel the thunder soul from her body. Absorbing it was just too ambitious. He suddenly remembered something, and asked, "A low-grade Earth-step thunder soul is also of great value to a Xiantian realm martial artist. Don't you wish to obtain it too?" The woman in red shook her head and said, "My body refined with a fire spirit, I was born with pure fire true essence. It is simply impossible for me to subjugate the thunder soul. As for taking it away for someone else, that is also a good choice. But, with my current state, even making it out of here is a problem. The thunder soul cannot be placed in a spatial ring, otherwise, the dimension inside the spatial ring will be shattered by it." Lin Ming drew in a cold breath. He hadn't thought that the thunder soul would be fierce. It seemed that he had been too naive. Is there no other way? For instance, sealing the thunder soul. The woman in red shook her head and said, "If there weren't the origin will that was left behind by the thunder flood dragon, then I would be able to seal it. But now that it's in my body, I cannot do anything against it unless I have the magnetic birthstone that the thunder soul was bred in." Magnetic birthstone? What's that? Hearing this, Lin Ming's mind stirred. Could it be? The woman in red continued, "The thunder soul is an existence that is conceived from thunder origin energy. When it was born, it was wrapped within a mystic stone. Then, the Thunder Soul would slowly break free from the stone. This stone is the magnetic birthstone that the Thunder Soul was born within. Because they were born together, they can perfectly fuse as one. As long as the Thunder Soul enters the magnetic birthstone, it will naturally become docile. Lin Ming's heartbeat accelerated as he listened. What does the magnetic birthstone look like? The woman in red looked at Lin Ming in puzzlement. Every Thunder Soul's magnetic birthstone is different. I don't know what sort of appearance the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's magnetic birthstone looks like. Lin Ming took a few deep calming breaths. He had a growing suspicion that the mystical purple stone he had found under the Thunder Flood Dragon's bed was the magnetic birthstone. Although he had the magnetic birthstone, he was still far from being able to absorb the Thunder Soul. Unless the woman in red was willing to help him seal away the Thunder Soul, that was the only hope that he had. Still, could he trust her? The woman in red noticed Lin Ming's change in expression and faintly realized the reason. She tentatively asked, "Do you have the magnetic birthstone?" Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, before taking out the mystical purple stone from his spatial ring. "Is this it?" The woman in red was completely stunned. Looking at the glittering, translucent crystal stone exuding a faint purple light, it was just like a gem. It appeared like a living, beating jewel, a magnetic embryo. She was speechless for a long time. Even though she had originally queried Lin Ming, she didn't think that he actually had the magnetic birthstone. Something like this was definitely only found within the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. Could it be that he had entered the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave? With this thought, the woman in red's eyes changed as she looked at Lin Ming. A mere little boy with a bone-forging cultivation actually snuck into the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. What sort of concept was this? This was simply absolute audacity. His guts were greater than the sky. And what was most amazing was that he survived, even stealing away the magnetic birthstone. Massive waves surged through her heart. This young boy had obviously taken advantage of the time when she had been battling the Thunder Flood Dragon in order to sneak into the cave. But who would have the courage, wisdom, and spirit in order to grasp such an opportunity? In that chaotic battlefield, there were many Peak Hutian realm and even a Xiantian realm thunder lizards that were guarding the cave entrance. With just his bone-forging cultivation, he would be immediately killed once his location was discovered. How did he safely go in and come out unscathed? In large sects, talents that were at this age had mostly never left the sect. They had lived a devout life while receiving the teachings of their elders. On the other hand, this youth in front of her had not only climbed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain by himself, he had also ransacked the Thunder Flood Dragon's cave. There was simply no comparing the two of them. It was no wonder this young boy, who came from a humble mortal background, had already reached this level of cultivation and strength, as well as comprehended a martial intent at only 15 years of age. Realizing this, the woman in red no longer looked at Lin Ming as if he were some trivial junior. She had a feeling in her heart that so long as this young man didn't fall from the sky, sooner or later he would step into the Xiantian realm, revolving Dan realm, or an even higher level. The woman in red let loose a long breath and then spoke to Lin Ming. "If you help me remove the Thunder Soul, then I will help you seal it. With the magnetic birthstone, even if you cannot absorb the Thunder Soul, you can still take it away." "Okay." Lin Ming believed that with the woman in red's identity and proud nature, there was no way that she would lie to him. "Let's begin." Lin Ming and the woman in red sat down cross-legged, facing each other. "First, absorb the power of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder like you did yesterday to weaken it. This time I will lend you a hand. Take this divine spiritual pill. It will increase the force of your true essence for a brief period of time." The woman in red took out some white pills from her spatial ring. She handed one to Lin Ming and ate one herself. These pills were most effective when used by body transformation and Hutian realm martial artists. Its effects for a Xiantian realm martial artist weren't very obvious. Lin Ming didn't suspect anything, and immediately swallowed the pill. The pill entered his dantian and turned into a flow of heat that spread through all his limbs. He immediately felt the true essence within his body surge forth, filled with energy. The filling sensation caused Lin Ming to feel as if his blood was close to overflowing. It was as if he had a sudden breakthrough to another realm. This feeling is fantastic. Even my meridians were opened. It's as if I had reached the pulse condensation period. Well, let's hurry up. The effects of the divine spiritual pill only last half an hour. After that, you will be fatigued, but that is just a normal phenomenon. Let's begin. Begin. As Lin Ming heard the woman in red, he suddenly realized that a very, very serious issue had sprung up. If he wanted to absorb the power of thunder within the woman in red, then he would have to make physical bodily contact with her. As luck would have it, the purple flood dragon divine thunder was positioned within her heart, which was also the spot over her left chest. Lin Ming couldn't help but glance at the woman in red's left breast. He saw the thin red silk clothing, and the full, round shape of the beautiful woman's peak. Seeing such a perfectly enchanting curve, Lin Ming's heartbeat began to quicken. That. The woman in red noticed where Lin Ming was looking at. Realizing that Lin Ming would have to touch her in order to absorb the power of thunder, her body began to quiver. The left chest was the spot above the heart. If one put their ears over it, they could clearly hear the heartbeat. As for the back, it was difficult to hear from there. Thinking that the young boy had to touch her own chest, the woman in red's beautiful face blushed crimson. She whispered, "Do you have to, physically touch?" Lin Ming nodded with a bit of a guilty conscience. "If I want to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder, that is the best spot. The back of the body isn't so good." Chapter 214 Life's Most Unforgettable Experience. Chapter 214 Life's Most Unforgettable Experience. Chapter 214 Life's Most Unforgettable Experience. After listening to Lin Ming, the woman in red closed her eyes as if accepting her inevitable fate. Although she still looked incomparably tranquil, her slender eyelashes were actually gently trembling, as if reflecting the innermost turmoil and tension within her mind. However, after waiting for a good while, the touch that made her feel so intensely nervous and fearful still hadn't come. The lady in red opened her eyes in puzzlement, and was surprised to see that Lin Ming's face was completely flushed red like a tomato, with his hand paused in midair, neither moving forwards or backwards. The woman in red didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. She asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Ming didn't feel the least bit emboldened to take action. If it were Qin Xingxuan, Wang Yuhan, or even Bai Jingyun on front of him, then even though he would be a bit embarrassed and apologetic, he would never be so skittish. Instead, this woman currently in front of him was simply far too formidable. It was simply like a beggar that was given a single opportunity to violate and touch a pure jade princess. That tension would still be far less than this. What Lin Ming feared the most was that after he touched her, she would have a secret desire to kill him in order to vent her anger. If this happened, then his death would truly be unjustified. "I want to make everything clear first. If I place my hand on you and I still can't take out the purple flood dragon divine thunder, then I won't take out my anger on you. Then you do not kill me afterwards." Listening to Lin Ming, the woman in red's eyes twitched. She snappily retorted, "Why are you so wordy? Do you actually want me to make an oath upon my heart of martial arts?" "Well, there's no need." Lin Ming took a deep breath, and slowly placed his hand on the woman in red's chest. At this moment, his entire palm was covered in sweat. The moment her chest was touched, the woman in red shuddered. Because of Lin Ming's nervousness and achingly hot palm, there was an extremely unusual sensation on her chest. "Good, then, I'll begin." Lin Ming gulped a mouthful of saliva. He didn't dare move his hand, but that soft and supple feeling was simply ecstasy. It was just like a flood that washed through his body, overwhelming him with emotions and causing his mouth to go dry. This was not just because it was his first time coming into such contact with a woman, but also because her identity had brought forth extreme anxiousness and excitement. Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was very pure and strong. But as soon as it touched upon lust and desire, his talent was nothing extraordinary. A thick true essence revolved, steadily streaming into the woman in red's body as he began to absorb the power of thunder. At the same time, the woman in red also revolved her true essence and encircled the purple flood dragon divine thunder. As the two of them began their tandem attacks, the purple flood dragon divine thunder moved in immediate alarm. It began to violently churn, impacting everywhere. For a time, the woman in red's flame cage began to show cracks throughout. In the next moment, a massive coercive force came crashing down. The purple flood dragon divine thunder was enveloped by this suppressive power, and its resistance was suddenly weakened. Shortly after, a powerful suction force appeared, pulling out all of the power of thunder within it. The purple flood dragon divine thunder began to panic. It manically impacted the flame cage like a crazy beast. The brilliant flames that were struck fiercely shook. The woman in red clenched her teeth, her face flushing red. Crystal beads of sweat began to quietly drip from her hair. Lin Ming also clenched his teeth, mustering all of his strength. Because of his excessive focus, he had completely ignored the charming feeling beneath his hands. Heretical God Force, open. Lin Ming used the final card in his hand. The heretical God Seed began to fiercely tremble, and suddenly a massive towing force flooded into the woman in red's body like a rushing tide. After the heretical God Force had been activated, the pressure on the purple flood dragon divine thunder experienced an immediate massive increase. The heretical God Seed suppressed the Thunder Soul, and the true dragon bloodline suppressed the soul of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Under this dual suppression, a deep and abiding fear began to creep out from the depths of the purple flood dragon divine thunder's soul. It snarled as its body grew by several times. The arcs of lightning around it became more violent, issuing forth explosive sounds. Roar. The purple flood dragon divine thunder opened its jaws to desperately bite itself free from the flame cage. Catcher. The flame cage was finally cut open. Meanwhile, a substantial essence of thunder escaped from the broken flame cage. As soon as it touched blood, the blood was turned to ashes. The woman in red trembled, a strange red appearing on her face. Obviously, she had suffered an internal injury. She said, "Don't hurry to deal with the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Absorb its power of thunder and weaken it." Lin Ming clenched his teeth and nodded, following the directions of the woman in red. Without even realizing it, his right hand had tightly clamped down. The woman in red only felt that her left breast was being completely grasped within Lin Ming's scalding hot palm. This feeling made her feel anxious and a bit ashamed, but at such a juncture, she chose to completely ignore this. The purple flood dragon divine thunder began to rampage in a wild rage, the power of thunder unceasingly emitted from its body. Although a thunder soul wouldn't die out, it still needed to be supplemented by heaven and earth origin energy. Otherwise, it would weaken. If it lost too much power of thunder, it would also lose its strength, thus allowing it to be suppressed. Compared to the fire true essence that the woman in red issued forth, this strong coercive pressure, that is sucking out its power, was the purple flood dragon divine thunder's greatest threat. Yet, it was unable to resist this force. As the power of thunder was dragged out, the entire cave began to shine as crackling arcs of lightning and electricity sizzled the air. The heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding space had also been stirred up. It gathered around Lin Ming and the woman in red, constantly swirling around him, until it formed a rainbow vortex that swallowed them within. "I'm at my limit," Lin Ming said as he grit his teeth, his entire face dripping with sweat. The woman in red flicked her finger, and a deep crimson pill flew into Lin Ming's mouth. As the pill dissolved within Lin Ming's body, it transformed into a flow of heat that spread through all of his meridians. Lin Ming felt his nearly depleted true essence reserves come back to life. This is a bloodstone pill refined from bloodstone milk. It is able to instantly recover true essence. When you are about to reach the limit of your true essence, quickly tell me, the woman in red instructed. Still, she was surprised by Lin Ming's endurance so far. This was equal to that of a Xiantian realm powerhouse, yet Lin Ming was only a mere bone-forging martial artist. The fact that he could persist for almost an incense stick of time before he reached his limit, this was simply too impressive. However, even though the problem of sustaining his true essence reserve had been resolved, Lin Ming encountered another obstacle. Because he was constantly absorbing the power of thunder from the purple flood dragon divine thunder, Lin Ming had accumulated a massive amount of thunder energy within his body. Despite having the heretical god seed compressing it, there wasn't enough time. It was to the extent that his meridians were on the verge of exploding. "Use the magnetic birthstone," the woman in red said. Millimeter. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and pulled out the magnetic birthstone. He reversed his true essence, sending the compressed stream of thunder power flowing into the magnetic birthstone. The power of thunder disappeared inside as if it were a drop in an ocean, never to be found again. In this world, everything had a counter. The magnetic birthstone was truly the most splendid and perfect vessel for the power of thunder. Moreover, because it had been born together with the purple flood dragon divine thunder, there was no risk of resistance. Time passed slowly. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, 1 hour. In that time, Lin Ming had eaten up 10 bloodstone pills, and all of his clothes were drenched in sweat. The woman in red was also in a similar situation. Because her sweat had soaked into her clothes had directly pasted onto her body, outlining and accentuating her mesmerizing curves. The magnetic birthstone absorbed the power of thunder, and Lin Ming's true essence was constantly restored by the bloodstone pills. Under this battle of attrition, the purple flood dragon divine thunder became increasingly smaller. Its purple body became less and less. It gradually became unable to withstand the coercive suction power of the heretical god seed. Now's the chance. In that moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and a deep bass roar resonated from him. But this deep roar did not come from his throat, but emerged from the vibration of his entire body. It was just like the resounding cry of a dragon. After this roar, not only was the purple flood dragon divine thunder struck with awe, but even the woman in red's heart experienced an earthquake. In absolute disbelief, she sent an incredulous look towards Lin Ming. In that brief moment, she had clearly felt a deep fear that emanated from the depths of her bloodline. It had to be known that in her body flowed the blood of the proud vermilion bird. How could this be? But now she had no time to reflect on the reasons. This was the critical moment in healing her wound. Lin Ming tightly clenched his teeth, and true essence erupted from his entire body. The suction force was pushed to the extreme. Kai kai kai. With a blinding flash of electric light, the purple flood dragon was abruptly pulled out from the woman in red's body. Half of the flood dragon was now exposed to the outside. Ha! As it appeared, a savage and violent fiery thunder scattered everywhere. It ignited the woman in red's clothes, and even Lin Ming's sleeves began to burn. The thunder fire's temperature was too high. Any clothes it touched was instantly turned to ashes. Even Lin Ming's right hand, which was protected by true essence, was burned. True essence swirled in the air, forming a tornado with the heaven and earth origin energy. In that vortex, all clothes were turned to ashes and blown away, leaving the two people inside suddenly stark naked. The woman in red's face instantly turned crimson. Although her left breast had been grabbed by Lin Ming, at least there had still been clothes separating them. Now, even the last leaf was pulled away. Her beautiful breast that had never been touched before was actually solidly gripped by a boy. But this was the most critical time. She could not stop, otherwise all her efforts would have been for naught. Hurry! Faster! The woman in red had never received such humiliation before. Most of the time, one's temperament was maintained by one's clothing. When a woman became naked, no matter how elegant she would lose all her calm and composure, exposing her most vulnerable and helpless side. When had Lin Ming seen such a glorious spring scene before? He only saw a beautifully ripe white image in front of him, the heaving of an extremely attractive curved body, and 2 suffocatingly bright red circles. All in all, he began to pant as his mouth became dry. However, in this moment of blissful surprise, the purple flood dragon divine thunder which he had pulled out with so much effort, had almost slipped back in. "What are you doing?" The woman in red screamed. She had always maintained a graceful and regal temperament, yet, now that she had been reduced to such a state, this young boy had actually been distracted and the purple flood dragon divine thunder had almost drawn back in. If all her efforts were wasted because of this, then she really might have been driven crazy. Sorry. Lin Ming incoherently stammered. He hurriedly ate a bloodstone pill again. This time, he dared not think of anything else, investing his full concentration into extracting the purple flood dragon divine thunder. But this purple flood dragon divine thunder was incomparably tenacious. As it saw that half of its body had been pulled out and the other half was about to be, it waged a mighty struggle against Lin Ming. There was no way that Lin Ming was able to let go. He kept grasping onto the woman in red's breast. Seeing the purple flood dragon divine thunder pulled back and forth, the woman in red was anxious to the point of tears. At this time, the turmoil that passed within her innermost feelings in these few seconds could take years to describe. This was absolutely her life's most unforgettable experience. Chapter 215 Absorbing the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Chapter 215 Absorbing the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Chapter 215 Absorbing the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Although the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder was tenacious and vigorous, the heaven and earth origin energy it supplemented itself with was limited. How could it compare with Lin Ming, who was popping pills like candy and also using the magnetic birthstone? After a quarter hour of this back and forth battle, the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder's strength was finally exhausted. It was grasped by Lin Ming and stuffed into the magnetic birthstone. Kai kai kai. The Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder unwillingly submerged into the magnetic birthstone. Thus, a small purple flood dragon was seen swimming inside the beating heartstone. The woman in red grabbed the magnetic birthstone and her hands flew in a series of seals. With a move, a series of dazzling white runes fell onto the magnetic birthstone, completely sealing it up. With that, there was no way for the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder to escape. After the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder was sealed, the woman in red decided to vent her anger and frustration. She laid layer upon layer of a heaven and earth origin energy isolating seal onto the stone. After this seal was placed, the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder would be unable to absorb heaven and earth origin energy. Clearly, the woman in red had a mortal hatred towards the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Not only did it cause her so much trouble and suffering, but it also caused her pure body to be seen by a little teenage boy with nothing left hidden. Even her chest had been grabbed. Lin Ming was secretly left horrified and flummoxed as he watched from the side. This woman was not someone to be trifled with. Even though she looked like the epitome of grace and elegance on the surface, if she were annoyed, whoever did so would really eat some bitter fruit. Thinking this, he immediately turned around as to avoid provoking her wrath. Behind him, there was the rustling sound of clothes. The woman in red also had spare clothes inside her spatial ring to switch into. "All right." The woman spoke with an explicitly icy tone. Lin Ming turned around and happened to see the woman in red's hands behind her head, clearing out her hair. Her long locks fell down around her neckline, and her beautiful ink-black hair cascaded down her back like a pitch-black waterfall. Although the woman in red had spoken in such an icy tone, her beautiful visage was still slightly blushing. It formed quite a beautiful picture. Lin Ming was temporarily stunned silly. The beauty of the woman in red combined with her calm dignity and holy and inviolable character really caused anyone looking to experience a moment where they lost their breath. In the past I've read novels in which it described beauties whose smiles could force men into submission. I had thought that these claims of such ridiculous beauties were nothing but exaggerations, but now seeing this woman in red, I somewhat understand. This beauty is so terrifying that I'm afraid the emperors of the mortal world would sacrifice their kingdom for it. This is what they would call love, not one's country, but love beauties. Thinking this, Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula as he rapidly suppressed these thoughts and feelings within his heart, returning his mind to a tranquil and calm state of clarity. In accordance to what I said before, if you helped me extract the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder, then I would help you absorb it, the woman in red casually said. She had changed her clothes and recovered her calm, just as if nothing awkward had ever happened. Lin Ming tactfully didn't mention what had happened a moment ago. He said, "Thank you, senior." Ever since coming into contact with the woman in red, Lin Ming had respectfully referred to her as senior. Before, the woman in red didn't think much of this, but now hearing this title, she thought that it was very grating on her nerves. After such a shameful and embarrassing moment had passed, he still actually called her senior. Didn't this mean that her pure body was touched by a mere child? Her eyes twitched. The woman in red said, "I'm 27 years old." A woman usually wouldn't ever state their own age, and doing so right now was considered a stupid and silly matter. Still, for some particular reason, The woman in red couldn't help but state her age. Lin Ming's eyes widened. 27. This woman in front of him was only 27? He had thought that even though she looked very young, she was probably 40 or 50 years old. After all, once a martial artist reached the Xiantian realm, their lifespan would increase. A 60 or 70-year-old would look like a 20-year-old. But he hadn't thought that she was only 27 years old. Heavens! For her cultivation to reach the extreme Xiantian realm at only 27 years of age, just what was her martial talent? Seeing Lin Ming's shocked look, the woman in red finally had a little feeling of accomplishment and triumph. She had been constantly surprised these past few days. It was about time that this little boy was also surprised. In fact, even if this woman in red was the same age as Lin Ming, she would still have surpassed him in terms of cultivation. She had a Xiantian fire spirit refined in her body, and she also had the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Her martial talent was a superior 7th grade, ranked among the highest in the world. She had reached pulse condensation at 15, the Hutian realm at 17, the Xiantian realm at 22, and the extreme Xiantian realm at only 26 years. Now, she was already a half step into the revolving Dan realm. Breaking through was only a matter of time. Lin Ming had reached the peak bone forging stage at 15 years of age. In a 4th or 5th grade sect, this result could only be considered decent. It was only incomparably surprising when paired with Lin Ming's ordinary mortal background. Lin Ming gulped. What a monstrous genius. He could be considered a bit experienced. With her talent, she was at the pinnacle in any large sect. Let alone the small 7 profound martial house, but she would be above anyone at even the 7 profound valleys. But why had she suddenly blurted out her age? Was it possible that she disliked the title senior because it implied she was old? With an 11-year disparity, the truth was he could also call her big sister. Of course, this was a name he didn't dare to utter. Then what should he call her? Lin Ming blinked, clueless, and said, "My name is Lin Ming." There was no reason to hide his name, especially in front of a Xiantian master like herself. They were simply two people of two different worlds. If it wasn't for such lucky occurrences happening, then there was no way that their paths would ever have crossed. The woman in red hesitated, then her bright red lips parted and she said, "Mu Qianyu." Mu Qianyu. Lin Ming silently remembered this name. Perhaps one day when his strength grew, they would meet again. "Miss Mu, I'll have to trouble you to help me absorb the Thunder Soul." "All right. But, I'll warn you once more. Even with the magnetic birthstone, the brutal and savage nature of the purple flood dragon divine thunder can only be suppressed to an extent. You will find it very difficult to absorb. If there's any accident, all of the meridians in your body will be shattered. Have you considered this clearly?" Although Mu Qianyu knew that Lin Ming's body was special, she didn't believe that he would be able to withstand the might of the Thunder Soul. This was a terrifying strength that only someone at least at the middle Xiantian realm would be able to bear. Lin Ming nodded and said, "Yes, I've thought about this already." Mu Qianyu let out a light breath. She knew that someone like Lin Ming who had such a firm heart of martial arts would rarely change their decision. Once they decided to do something, they would. They wouldn't often listen to the counsel of others. "I'll let it be and give him a hand this time. If his meridians are broken, then I'll give him a black jade channel replenishment pill and consider this favor returned." Thinking this, Mu Qianyu no longer tried to persuade him. As the saying went, the body was easy to train but the meridians were difficult. To a normal martial artist, once their meridians shattered, then their martial arts would also be finished. The Black Jade Channel Replenishment Pill was one of the few miracle medicines that could renew and regenerate meridians. It was incomparably precious even within a large sect. Mu Qianyu only had 2 of the pills on her. As the two sat in meditation to restore their condition to the peak, Mu Qianyu took hold of the magnetic birthstone and gently held it in her palms, slightly unraveling part of the seal she had placed on it. Lin Ming took the magnetic birthstone in his hands. Suddenly, true essence erupted from his body, and a formidable power sunk into the magnetic birthstone, acting upon the purple flood dragon divine thunder. In that moment, The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder felt once more the terrifying fear and horror that came from the depths of its soul. With such a dreadful power suppressing it again and again, it was only able to use 60 to 70% of its strength. The result of this was that it had been abruptly pulled out of Mu Qianyu's body. Now this nightmare-inducing power appeared once more. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was finally angry. It exploded with a savage roar, killing its way towards Lin Ming, but at this moment, a massive pure flame true essence dropped in from above, a relentless pressure that pushed down on the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's body. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder fiercely trembled, and its purple light dimmed. This fire true essence naturally came from Mu Qianyu. Now that she was restored to her peak condition, the power that she was able to release was something that this small purple flood dragon Divine Thunder could not contend with. I can only help you in the beginning and weaken some of its power. But once the purple flood dragon Diviner Thunder enters your body, everything else will depend on you. If you cannot persist, then speak up and I will grab it. Do not try to be brave. Mu Qianyu spoke as she suppressed the power of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. Although her tone was somewhat cold, it actually revealed a hint of concern. Lin Ming looked deeply at Mu Qianyu, a strange and unfamiliar emotion surging through his heart like a tide. He nodded and said, "I will." "Good. Then be careful." Mu Qianyu pushed out the last law formula, and a chain of flames entangled itself around the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, limiting its power to the absolute minimum. Lin Ming held the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, and pressed it down over his left chest, directly where his heart was. Ha! The skin of Lin Ming's left chest was burned black. Mu Qianyu's mind jumped. She hadn't thought that Lin Ming would be so resolute and decisive. Normally, when a martial artist was faced with a life-and-death matter like this, they would hesitate. But Lin Ming's eyes hadn't even blinked. Where did this self-confidence come from? Millimeter. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough and his body trembled, just as if he were struck by a bolt of lightning. Although Mu Qianyu's chains of flame had wrapped around the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, limiting its power, its formidability had gone beyond his imagination. A savage and cruel power of thunder wildly galloped through his entire body's meridians. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was being pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. The pain was absolutely terrible. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and revolved the true primal chaos formula. However, in front of this Yantian-level power of thunder, his true essence immediately collapsed upon contact. It hurt too much. Purple thunder flooded Lin Ming's meridians, turning his body into shambles. Lin Ming paled as he trembled, his body twitching. His true essence was just like pure white snow underneath a blazing summer sun, it quickly melted. As his body shook, Lin Ming couldn't help but almost surrender to this power. He lost his balance, and was about to fall over. But, at this moment, he felt himself falling into a soft, warm, and fragrant bosom. Then a hand touched upon his back, and a temperate true essence soaked into his body, moistening his ruined body. Enough. Don't try to be so brave. It will depend on you to absorb the thunder soul. What I can do now is give you some breathing space, but I cannot help you in that matter. Mu Qianyu said with some worry as she held up Lin Ming. I'm all right. Lin Ming spoke with some difficulty. It wasn't that he was trying to be brave, but he had a degree of certainty in his success. It was true that the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was absolutely strong. As soon as it had entered his body, it had gone on the offensive, waging a full-on stormy assault, something that his fragile body couldn't withstand. But the heretical godseed was actually able to resist. In the moment that the thunder soul entered into Lin Ming's heart, the heretical godseed began its counterattack. Chapter 216 Controlling the Thunder Soul. Chapter 216 Controlling the Thunder Soul. Chapter 216 Controlling the Thunder Soul. Seeing such a powerful thunder soul delicacy appear in front of it, the heretical godseed began to make excited woo-woo sounds. Whoosh! The heretical godseed took the initiative to launch an attack for the first time. It swooped down, like an eagle swooping down towards its prey, towards the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. It charged directly into the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's body. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder began to shake, tumbling around in a frenzy as it roared. But no matter how much the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder struggled, it was unable to throw the heretical god seed off. The power of thunder surged around like a turbulent tide that threatened to drown him. Lin Ming's already severely wounded body once again suffered the baptism of wild and violent energy. But, with the aid of the true primal chaos formula which he had cultivated for a long time to quench his meridians, and the perfectly circulating true essence from when he entered the ethereal martial intent state that moistened his meridians, he was able to get by with no damage to his meridians. Clenching his teeth, Lin Ming held back the excruciating pain that came from his meridians. He forced the manic and rapid power of thunder into the magnetic birthstone. If he didn't have the magnetic birthstone, his body might have already exploded by now. In this war, Lin Ming's advantages lay in the heretical godseed, which could hold the power of thunder, and the bloodline suppression of the true dragon. He also had Mu Qianyu assisting him, as well as the magnetic birthstone. But the advantage of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was that it had terrifying power. If it burst out with its full strength, Lin Ming's body would be as fragile as a piece of paper in front of it. All of Lin Ming's muscles tensed. His clothes had already been burnt by the thunder fire and turned to ashes. The handsome symmetrical muscles of his body were oozing out large beads of sweat. Mu Qianyu was waiting on the side, carefully watching Lin Ming. Once Lin Ming encountered a life-threatening situation, she would immediately make her move. However, what caused her to be incomparably surprised was that Lin Ming was actually persisting through everything. From the beginning, because Lin Ming couldn't withstand the sudden attacks of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, his meridians had nearly been broken. But now, it was as if he slowly found a way to deal with the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, and the confrontation of energies in his body was beginning to stabilize. If he can sustain this state, he really might succeed. Mu Qianyu took a deep breath. It was the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, an existence that even a Xiantian powerhouse would be able to handle barely. Yet, he was only a little bone-forging martial artist. If he actually managed to absorb it, what kind of concept would that be? What's so special about his body? Mu Qianyu muttered, as a surge of mixed emotions fluctuated through her heart. She remembered when Lin Ming had let out a low roar that had even caused her own bloodline to tremble in fear. She had the bloodline of a saint beast. This wasn't possible unless Lin Ming had the bloodline of a legendary god beast. Impossible. It's impossible for there to be a god beast's bloodline. Mu Qianyu muttered as she denied this dreamy speculation. As a saintess of divine Phoenix Island, she had some knowledge of god beasts. Such existences did not exist in the lower realms. Even in the upper realms, there was only a pitiful number of god beasts. There were even some species of god beasts where only a single one of them existed. However, no matter what she thought, there was something unusual about his body. His body must have undergone some sort of awakening. Is it the bloodline of a flood dragon? If that's the case. Mu Qianyu pursed her lips. She was perplexed. Time passed second by second, minute by minute. Lin Ming was struggling to persist. Although the heretical godseed had locked the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder up, the power of thunder still escaped. In order for him to withstand it, his true essence was gradually being exhausted. Even if he opened the heretical god force, the situation wouldn't change. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a cool feeling on his lips, as if something incomparably soft was touching him. He opened his eyes to see that Mu Qianyu had pinched a bloodstone pill with her slender fingers and was putting it in his mouth. That icy cold touch was Mu Qianyu's fingers moving along Lin Ming's lips. The bloodstone pill came at too prompt a time. Lin Ming swallowed it, and the bloodstone pill turned into a warm power that spread throughout his body, nourishing his meridians that were on their final legs. In Lin Ming's heart, the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was continuously being compressed, and the heretical godseed was becoming brighter and shinier. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was reduced to an inch in size, when suddenly, there was a long sound, and a scarlet dragon shot out of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's body, angrily rushing towards Lin Ming's heart. This is The blood essence left behind in the Thunder Soul by the Thunder Flood Dragon? Lin Ming had just reacted, when the magic cube suddenly awoke from its slumber. An invisible force locked onto the blood essence, covering it, and dragged it directly into the magic cube. The Scarlet Flood Dragon crazily struggled to free itself, but in the face of this implacable force, its struggles were to no avail. In a flash, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was dragged into the magic cube, completely vanishing. There wasn't even a single ripple to indicate anything was different. Lin Ming was stunned. The Thunder Flood Dragon's blood essence, which he had expected to expend a great deal of effort to control, was actually so easily and simply dealt with. After the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder had lost the support of the Thunder Flood Dragon's bloodline, it immediately calmed, becoming very sluggish. As for the heretical Godseed, because it had devoured so much power of thunder from the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder, it was actually much more active and robust than before. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he began to try controlling the rampaging violent Purple Thunder in his meridians. But the Purple Thunder was simply too savage and fierce, it wouldn't listen to his directions. After failing to escape several times in a row, the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder was finally and completely engulfed by the heretical Godseed. Suddenly, the Purple Thunder instantly calmed down, and began to follow Lin Ming's will, circling its way through his meridians. He finally controlled the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Lin Ming felt cheerful and ecstatic. At this moment, he discovered that dim purple lines had appeared on the surface of the Steel Needle Thunder Soul that was quietly suspended in the heretical Godseed. On closer inspection, these small purple lines of light were actually the Purple Flood Dragon, bearing its teeth and claws. This steel needle that was engraved with the Thunder Flood Dragon was the latest evolution of Lin Ming's Thunder Soul. He did it, he finally did it. After suffering through so much pain, his efforts hadn't been in vain. Lin Ming's mind suddenly relaxed. He only felt a blinding dizziness in his mind, and then, he lost consciousness. After an average person relaxed from such a high-intensity state and deep psychological stress, they would find it easy to faint. Not to mention Lin Ming had experienced inhuman torture for such a long time. His soul force and true essence consumption had reached the limit, he was far too tired. Mu Qianyu was sitting beside Lin Ming, and saw him faint. She put out a hand to grab hold of him, slowly laying him down on top of a straw mat. She silently observed the young boy's quiet and peaceful sleeping expression. She thought back to a day ago when he had been focused on cooking the barbecue and boiling the soup, and she remembered how he had used the barbecue to con the vermilion bird into exchanging a feather. Thinking this, the corners of her lips unconsciously formed into a beautiful smile. What sort of person was he? There were simply too many mysteries and riddles contained in him. First, he had climbed to the summit of Thundercrash Mountain by himself. Then, he had broken into the Flood Dragon's cave and stole the magnetic birthstone. With just his trivial bone forging cultivation, he had managed to help expel the Thunder Soul that was in her body. Now, he had absorbed a Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder that even Xiantian masters had to be careful of. At such a young age, he could control thunder. These days, everything he did sounded ridiculous and impossible. Even she, who had seen countless talents, geniuses, sages, hermits, and others, could not help but have a very intense curiosity towards Lin Ming. If she didn't have her own matters to deal with, she thought of quietly following Lin Ming back to his country, and having a good look at his parents and where he grew up. Millimeter? Why would I have such strange thoughts? Shaking her head, Mu Qianyu tossed this thought away. She took a red cloak out of her spatial ring and covered Lin Ming with it. Her movements were very light, in fear that she would disturb his rest. Now that he's fallen asleep, I want to explore his body to see what secrets he has. Mu Qianyu was startled as this thought suddenly emerged in her heart. To use soul force to penetrate someone's body was an extremely uncouth and frivolously naughty behavior. Because soul force could penetrate clothing easily, it was no different than seeing someone naked and exposed. Of course, if a martial artist was conscious, they could easily use true essence to form a barrier to shield their body and preventing others from peeping at them. But now, Lin Ming was completely defenseless as he lay down on the straw mat. He had fallen into a deep sleep, and any barriers on his body had been lifted. Also, he was completely unconscious. He wouldn't know if others were probing him. How could I have such a shameful idea? If he knew about this, I won't have the face to appear in public anymore. Mu Qianyu's gorgeous face blushed. To take advantage of someone being unconscious to snoop through them was absolutely despicable and contemptible behavior. It wasn't anything that a regal and moderate woman like herself would ever do. But an intense curiosity burned within her. It was like an enticing devil that lingered inside her heart. It wouldn't go away until she did something. When he had expelled the Thunder Soul, he also investigated me with his soul force. This can be considered returning the favor. Mu Qianyu muttered as she grasped at a reason to console herself. Finally, she could not resist the temptation. As she blushed, she extended her soul force into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming had no guard up. Mu Qianyu first investigated Lin Ming's heart. Except for the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's Thunder Soul, she didn't notice anything strange except a strange mark on Lin Ming's heart. But this mark didn't seem too special or different. After a fruitless probe, she continued forth. She probed his viscera, and almost didn't find anything too strange. As she considered whether or not to continue her search, at this moment, Lin Ming's finger suddenly moved. Mu Qianyu jumped up, startled. She quickly withdrew her soul force, and respectfully sat down. He woke up so fast. Mu Qianyu found that it was only Lin Ming's finger that had moved. He hadn't really woken up. She let out a breath of relief, and no longer dared to examine his body. As she quietly waited, a day passed. When Lin Ming woke up, it was dark. Opening his eyes, he saw Mu Qianyu stirring up a fire. She was heating the leftover soup up from last night. "You're awake." Mu Qianyu smiled. "Millimeter. How long have I been sleeping?" Lin Ming sat up. He examined his body, and he was suddenly filled with surprise. His meridians had been opened up, and they were completely connected. The purple thunder that had flooded Lin Ming's meridians and almost destroyed his body had unexpectedly opened his meridians up. The sign that a martial artist had stepped into the pulse condensation period was when their meridians were opened. But to open up one's meridians and connect them was an extremely difficult task. It was the bottleneck of the bone forging stage to the pulse condensation period. Because of this bottleneck, there were many martial artists that were trapped beneath for their entire lives. But to Lin Ming, this bottleneck didn't exist. As long as he poured enough true essence into his meridians, he could immediately break into the pulse condensation period. Mu Qianyu also discovered the change in Lin Ming's body. "You've broken through to the pulse condensation period." Chapter 217 Power of the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Chapter 217 Power of the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Chapter 217 Power of the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. Mu Qianyu was astonished beyond belief. The bottleneck between bone forging and pulse condensation was neither too great nor too insignificant. For a genius with great talent, the bottleneck wasn't considered much. Despite this, it was normal for them to take several months to even half a year to overcome it. These month-long gaps couldn't be underestimated. In a month, Lin Ming would become 16 years old. There was a very big difference between breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 15 and breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 16. Mu Qianyu had reached the pulse condensation period at 15 years of age. In Divine Phoenix Island, this was considered a first-class achievement. But now, she had actually tied with Lin Ming. Thinking of Lin Ming's ordinary mortal identity, Mu Qianyu felt a shiver crawl up her spine. What sort of monstrous genius was this? Compared to him, even the growth rate of her cultivation, which she was so arrogantly proud of, was eclipse. Needless to say, Lin Ming was also incomparably excited. Not too long ago, becoming a pulse condensation martial artist had only been a faraway dream. However, unbelievably, he had reached his goal of becoming a pulse condensation martial artist so quickly. Lin Ming was thinking of revolving his true essence and officially breaking through to the pulse condensation period. But, at this moment, Mu Qianyu advised, "Lin Ming, The reason your meridians opened and connected was because of the power of thunder from the purple flood dragon divine thunder, not due to your own accumulation of true essence. It could be considered a fortunate accident. If you use this as a stepping stone to break through to the pulse condensation period, then it will cause your foundation to be unstable. My advice is that you don't break through to the pulse condensation period just yet. Wait for your bone forging true essence to gradually accumulate and naturally overflow. Then, it will spontaneously flood your meridians. Doing this will let you achieve the best results. Lin Ming paused, before immediately nodding. What Mu Qianyu said was right. When he had entered the altering muscle stage and the bone forging stage, his true essence had naturally overflowed and thus, he had spontaneously broken through to the next level. Through this way, his foundation would be the most solid and complete. Otherwise, if he were to use shortcuts to quickly improve, then even though his cultivation would experience a short-term increase, his foundation wouldn't be steady. From then on, the further he cultivated, the more difficult it would become. Mu Qianyu saw Lin Ming listen to her opinion, free from arrogance and ego, and slightly nodded. As she fiddled with the fire, Mu Qianyu didn't know what to say in this situation. The flames rose and whistled, and the firewood crackled under the heat of the flames. As the soup boiled over the fire, fragrant waves wafted through the cave. However, even though this soup smelled delicious, Mu Qianyu still lost interest in the yesterday's savory soup. She understood that it was time for the two of them to part ways. Her wound had healed, and there were still matters that she needed to attend to. This brief, fateful union of chance was about to come to an end. The atmosphere fell into a silent lull. The night was dark, and within the dim cave there was only the sound of burning fire and the boiling of soup. The vermilion bird had fallen asleep in a corner. After Mu Qianyu restored her strength to its peak, she had transferred a massive amount of fire true essence into the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird's wing was well on its way to a full recovery. Do you have any plans? Mu Qianyu asked, as she saw Lin Minute silently watching her. I have to return to my country. There's a matter I have to settle. You're a disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys? Mu Qianyu guessed this because the closet sect was the 7 Profound Valleys. Yes. Lin Ming hesitated, and told it as it was. Oh. The truth was, Mu Qianyu very much wanted to ask Lin Ming if he would be willing to join her divine Phoenix Island. The words were at the tip of her tongue, but she still hadn't said anything. To have him betray his sect just because of a casual acquaintance, that was simply overdoing it. Moreover, since this young boy had obtained such results, she presumed that the 7 Profound Valleys had invested a great deal of resources in him. That's right, I've been wanting to ask. Why did you want the flood dragon's blood? Lin Ming suddenly remembered, curious. It was to let Little Flame evolve, Mu Qianyu explained, referring to the vermilion bird who quietly slept in the corner. Little Flame was obviously the vermilion bird's name. Little Flame is my life saint beast, our minds are connected with each other. I sensed that Little Flame was approaching maturity, and needed a saint spirit pill in order to quickly evolve. But, in order to refine a saint spirit pill, I needed the blood of a saint beast. I wouldn't have come to Thunder Crash Mountain if there had been any other way. Actually, I had already prepared lucrative terms of exchange, and I didn't think that some blood from the Thunder Flood Dragon would be too big a loss for it. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon wasn't willing to make the exchange, and we finally came to blows. I didn't think that the Thunder Flood Dragon would have less than 100 years of life remaining, so it had fought with everything it had, causing me to suffer a major loss. Thinking this, Mu Qianyu ruefully smiled. A saint beast had its own pride and arrogance, asking it to sell its blood was truly a grave insult. Oh, do you want to stay a few more days to let Little Flame's wounds recover? Lin Ming mumbled as he lowered his head, also fiddling with the fire. In truth, as long as Mu Qianyu sustained the input of true essence into the vermilion bird, its wounds would be healed by tomorrow. But, as she was about to say this, a strange and unfamiliar feeling creeped into her heart, and she changed her words, it may take 2 or 3 days. Millimeter. Well, then it's also good if I wait 2 or 3 days, I just happen to want to improve my condition. Lin Ming brilliantly smiled, and that suppressive and dreary atmosphere seemed to instantly be swept away by a clear breeze. Wait for me, I'll go catch a few hares. The leftover deer and soup from yesterday won't be enough. Millimeter, all right. Mu Chenyu's mood was also much more relaxed and languid. The vermilion bird was sleeping soundly at the side, without knowing the reason it had been sold out by its master. For these next few days, it would continue to endure pain. However, even if the vermilion bird knew why, it would still gladly endure any torture. After 1 hour, the scrumptious smell of barbecue drifted out, causing the vermilion bird to instantly raise its head, sniffing left and right. Its gaze fell on the golden caramel barbecue over the fire. Its 2 eyes began to shine with a greedy, voracious light. Any pain, grief, or loss of feathers, all became nothing but drifting clouds in front of this delicious barbecue. Time passed quickly. Every day Lin Ming would go out hunt, then head back to cook and make soup. During the morning of the second day, Lin Ming encountered a golden flood dragon beast in the forest. The golden flood dragon beast was a dark gold color, and it was over 20 feet long. Its entire body was draped with scales, impenetrable. The flood dragon was a promiscuous and overly sexual creature. This golden flood dragon beast was the result of the flood dragon mating with a gold-armored rhinoceros. It was one of the many descendants that had been produced from such a union. It's actually a direct descendant of the thunder flood dragon. Seeing this golden flood dragon beast, Lin Ming was slightly surprised. The thunder lizards of Thundercrash Mountain were extremely fierce and dangerous, but most of the thunder lizards weren't direct descendants of the flood dragon. Rather, they were separated by many generations, and the flood dragon bloodline within them had naturally faded over time. However, the existence of this golden flood dragon beast was due to the thunder flood dragon venturing out in the past dozen or so years and mating with the surrounding wildlife. The flood dragon bloodline in this worm's body was extremely rich, and its strength was equal to a peak pulse condensation martial artist. You came at a great time. I just so happened to want to test the power of the purple flood dragon divine thunder. This place is near Thundercrash Mountain. Once I leave this area, it would be very difficult to find a top-quality vicious beast that is equal to a peak pulse condensation martial artist. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and a steel needle, with a purple flood dragon coiled around it, immediately jumped to his fingertip, spinning. This was the purple flood dragon divine thunder's thunder soul. Although it contained an incomparably violent and savage power of thunder, it couldn't be seen at a glance as anything too threatening or unusual. The power of thunder was highly compressed inside of the needle, not even a tiny bit leaked out. If a martial artist didn't have an acutely pure and strong soul force, then they would have no way of seeing the volatile and dangerous energies that composed the needle. They would only think that it looked like a solid steel needle. This was the symbol of a high-grade thunder manifestation. Energy was the origin of all. Once this energy became extremely compressed, it would manifest into a tangible substance. The golden flood dragon beast's dark amber eyes locked onto Lin Ming, a murderous aura overflowing from it. Its dull perception hadn't grasped or noticed the danger within the steel needle, so it didn't place Lin Ming in its eyes. It only regarded Lin Ming as a delicious afternoon lunch. Roar! The golden flood dragon beast madly howled as it tore towards Lin Ming, its sharp claws aimed to pierce his throat, wanting to tear this human into shreds. Lin Ming remained motionless. With a small flick of his finger, the coiling dragon steel needle instantly vanished from Lin Ming's fingertip. That small light cut through space at an extraordinary speed without even a shred of sound. In that split second, light itself seemed to distort as space was split in half by a thin purple line. The coiling dragon steel needle sank into the golden flood dragon beast's mouth and penetrated cleanly through, without even a bit of blood. The golden flood dragon beast's body fiercely trembled, its vision blurred, as Lin Ming disappeared from its sight. The golden flood dragon beast fell to the ground in a vacant daze as it continued to shake. It didn't understand what happened, and that the aching pain it felt was from that instantaneous light that had shot out. It growled, intending to rush towards Lin Ming again. But at this moment, a purple arc of electricity snaked out from its mouth and its wounds, rampaging all over its body. The manically savage and blazingly hot thunder fire caused the golden flood dragon beast to howl in suffering. Its body violently struggled and ultimately was unable to escape the final fate of death. It fell to the ground, burned through and through, as it was turned into a charred husk by the thunder. Lin Ming let out a cool breath. Although he had prepared himself, the power of the purple flood dragon divine thunder had gone beyond the scope of his imagination. A peak pulse condensation vicious beast had been killed in a single strike. Of course, much of this had to do with the weak perception of the golden flood dragon beast. It simply hadn't realized that the coiling dragon steel needle contained such a horrifying power. The purple flood dragon divine thunder is currently more powerful than my thunderfire annihilation. The best part is that it doesn't consume true essence. It's not like thunderfire annihilation, where it consumes 30 or 40% of my true essence within a single strike. Right now the heretical godseed's flame essence is simply far weaker than the thunder soul. If the difference in power is too great, it would have an adverse detrimental effect on thunderfire annihilation's power. I'll have to wait until I obtain the flame essence from the fire worm tribe before I can use thunderfire annihilation again. Thinking this, Lin Ming casually caught a deer and returned to the cave. Mu Qianyu had some interest in cooking. She took towards barbecuing with gusto. Although Mu Qianyu hadn't yet cooked food before, she had been using her soul force to carefully observe each and every part of the barbecue. By relying on the control of her soul force, she was able to make sure that the meat was perfectly grilled without a single burn. However, regardless of how she cooked it, she still couldn't reproduce the tasty flavor from when Lin Ming did the roasting. Lin Ming would hunt, barbecue, and then make delicious soup. He mediated in his spare time, and occasionally talked with Mu Qianyu, chatting about new, strange, and funny things. The days passed peacefully, filled with light and warmth. On the morning of the third day, the vermilion bird faced the rising sun, and stretched out its great fiery crimson wings. Lin Ming clearly knew that it was time the two of them parted ways. "What matter would you like me to help you with?" Mu Qianyu had just washed her face, and she gazed at the rising sun. Her hands covered her eyes, and her voice was softly faint. Lin Ming was about to shake his head, but then he suddenly remembered something. He said, "I want to kill a man. He is weaker than me, but it still won't be easy killing him. Most of the time he stays in his mansion surrounded by guards. If I decide to make my move, then I will have to do it without being caught and without leaving any evidence. Do you have any means to do so?" Chapter 218 Return to Sky Fortune Kingdom. Chapter 218 Return to Sky Fortune Kingdom. Chapter 218 Return to Sky Fortune Kingdom. Millimeter, Mu Qianyu lowered her head, deep in thought. She finally said, "There's a way. As long as you enter into an illusionary world, after killing him you can destroy his corpse and erase the clues." Mu Qianyu didn't ask who Lin Ming was planning to kill or the reason why he wanted to kill. To her, those she liked were her friends, and those she hated were her enemies. She did not differentiate between good and evil, right and wrong. "This is for you." Mu Qianyu took out a sparkling and crystal-clear purple pearl from her spatial ring. "This is the Dreamland Pearl. After it's activated, it will form an illusionary world. Anyone under the Xiantian realm will not be able to escape. Not only that, but those around will not notice any difference. This can be considered an independent and separate space. It will isolate you and your enemy inside. All information inside will be contained and cut off from the outside world. Not even a sound-transmitting talisman will be able to pass through. You will have enough time to kill him and clear out the scene." Lin Ming happily received the purple pearl. As he was about to place it in his spatial ring, he thought for a moment and then asked, "Is this Dreamland Pearl expensive?" Mu Qianyu gaily laughed, the glittering sunlight shining down on her incomparably beautiful face. It was as if fairies of light were dancing upon her. She was simply one of those legendary beauties that were able to cause the downfall of nations and topple empires. "Consider this my gift to you. But, you must be careful. This Dreamland Pearl will not help you kill anyone, that will depend on yourself." Seeing the radiant beauty of Mu Qianyu, Lin Ming lost focus for a moment. He shook his head, letting out a breath as he gathered himself, suppressing the fluttering of his heart. He nodded and said, "Millimeter. I'm confident in myself. Haha, I don't believe there is any matter that you cannot grasp within your reach. Even the thunder soul that I thought was impossible to absorb was swallowed by you. Mu Qianyu said as she smiled. Neither of them mentioned that matter of them parting ways. After the two of them had breakfast, Lin Ming left to go hunting as usual. However, as he left the cave, he had a feeling that when he came back, she would probably have already left. It's time to go, little flame, aren't you willing? Mu Qianyu smiled as she stroked the vermilion bird's head. The vermilion bird had a very reluctant expression at the moment. Mu Qianyu testily said, "You promised. And you've already had several pieces of barbecue." The vermilion bird blinked, its face full of sad grievance. Ever since it had been born, it had lived on Divine Phoenix Island. It ate the rarest flowers and the tenderest bamboo, and drank the fresh dew of a spring morning. These delicacies weren't polluted by the foul Houtian air and may have appeared good to eat, but after so many years they had eventually become bland and tasteless. Well, it's time to go, we still have many matters to attend to. If you are still so hungry next time, then I'll bring you out to eat some roasted meat. Mu Qianyu said. She tapped her toes and gently floated upwards, landing onto the vermilion bird's back. As the vermilion bird left the cave, Mu Qianyu glanced back one more time. The fire in the cave had already extinguished. The branches had formed together to make a simple shelter, and the pot of soup was still warm. On one side was a neat bed of straw, that was where she had slept for 3 days. It was such a simple arrangement, and yet Mu Qianyu felt a hint of warmth. Sunny days, pleasant memories. She looked towards it with nostalgia, reluctant to leave. Mu Qianyu lightly sighed. She pulled out a pair of small porcelain bottles from her spatial ring and also a jade slip. She used her soul force to write down a message, and then the porcelain bottles and jade slip seemed to grow wings as they flew into the cave and gently landed on a flat rock inside. With a strange feeling, as if something were pressing down on her heart, Mu Qianyu patted the vermilion bird's head and said, "Let's go, little flame." The vermilion bird let out a clear cry, and spread its wings and flew into the sky. With a whirring sound, the vermilion bird flew faster and faster. Mu Qianyu couldn't help but look one more time. In her eyes, the cave had already reduced to the size of a palm, and shortly vanished from her sight. Maybe, if fate wills it, we will meet again. When Lin Ming was carrying some game back, he saw the empty cave. The familiar crimson beauty had already left, and the vermilion bird had flown away, leaving behind several splendid feathers. Next to the feathers were 2 porcelain bottles and also a jade slip. Lin Ming sighed, somewhat sad and low in spirits. He wasn't too surprised, he had already guessed that they would part in such a manner. But this time, he felt an inexplicable melancholy in his heart. He casually tossed aside the game and walked over to sit down on the rocks. He picked up a few of the crimson, fiery feathers, and caressed them for a moment before carefully placing them into his spatial ring. Then, Lin Ming picked up the porcelain bottles and the jade slip. The porcelain bottles were cool like jade, and there was a light scent to them that was left behind by Mu Qianyu. He sank his soul force into the jade slip. Inside was a short message. Although it was a bit rude, I thought that leaving without farewells was a better way to part. I want to deeply thank you for helping me expel the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. I've left behind 2 bottles of pills for you. I had originally wanted to leave behind some miracle medicines that could directly enhance your cultivation, but after some thinking, I believe it's best if you rely on yourself to cultivate. Slowly accumulating cultivation bit by bit is the most secure and safe method. Therefore I left behind a bottle of spirit gathering pills in order to increase your rate of cultivation. There are altogether 20 of them. You will experience the best effects if you wait until you reach the pulse condensation period. The other bottle contains divine spiritual pills. There are only 3 of them. For martial artists below the Xiantian realm, they can momentarily enhance one's cultivation so that you can go beyond the limit of your current combat skill. If you encounter an unexpected danger, take a divine spiritual pill and it can help you safely escape. I am from Divine Phoenix Island. If destiny wills it, then our paths will cross again someday. Mu Qianyu. Lin Ming placed the pills and the jade slip into his spatial ring. He sighed. These past days had been like a fleeting dream. But in the end, he still had to awaken from the dream, no matter how wonderful it was. There were still many matters that he had to attend to. He wanted to take the eternal flame of the firm worm tribe, but currently the fire worm shaman was too strong. With just his flame avatar, Lin Ming had been chased down and nearly killed. Even though he had the purple flood dragon divine thunder, he didn't have an absolute assurance that he would be able to defeat him. And even if he killed the fire worm shaman, absorbing the eternal flame's flame essence wouldn't be easy with his current strength. He could only lay this down for the moment and return at some later time. The most immediate matter was to return to Sky Fortune Kingdom and kill Ouyang Dihua. If it wasn't for the fact that he had accidentally learnt Thunderfire Annihilation and also obtained a Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, then Lin Ming would have most likely already been killed by Huagong. He had no alternative but to avenge this grudge. Ouyang Dihua's cultivation is only at the middle pulse condensation period. But his uncle is an elder of the 7 profound valleys, and the cultivation methods he studies are far beyond those of normal martial artists. His total combat strength should at least be equal to a peak pulse condensation martial artist. He should be able to fight toe-to-toe with Kai Guda. With this cultivation, it won't be difficult to kill him. As the plants of the southern wilderness began to bloom, Sky Fortune City had already entered into a deep winter. The cold winds blew down, and gusts of chilling air curled around as if they could drill into a person's bones. The trees were already bare of leaves, and snow had piled high onto the streets. There were very few pedestrians on the streets, and even the usually ubiquitous peddlers and merchants were nowhere to be seen. A silence had fallen upon the once noisy streets, and there was only the occasional sound of a barking dog. There were new posts on the message boards, the frosted windows tinkled in the cold wind. In Sky Fortune City, every family had a cozy fire in their house. Wealthy families sat on heated brick beds, eating delicious hot pot. The poor would boil a pot of ginger soup to warm their families' stomachs. In Sky Fortune Kingdom's capital, even the common people lived in relative prosperity. There were very few who would starve or freeze to death. In the vast endless snow of Sky Fortune City, in the southwest courtyard of a great mansion, there was a waterside pavilion that was luxuriously decorated to the brim. During this cold season, the lake should have already frozen over. But at the bottom of the lake there was a small array that was extracting geothermal heat upwards, maintaining a suitable temperature for the lake's waters. There were even several breeds of water lotuses that were planted in the lake. Although they didn't bloom, their leaves were still a vibrant green. In this cold season, such a green was truly a luxurious color. In the waterside pavilion, there were 2 expensively dressed high-class men that were sitting down, facing each other. They wore mink furs, silk-lined jackets, thick moccasins, and there was a golden-purple stove heating them. In front of these 2 was an exquisite sandalwood table lined with meticulously crafted desserts and a jar of vintage wine. Even in this cold season, there were rare lychee grapes on the table. All of these were a demonstration of the owner's wealth. Of these 2 people, one was the current 7 profound envoy of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Ouyang Dihua, and the other was the head of the Allied Trade Association's Zhong family, Zhong Guanyu's father, Zhong Fengxian. After Zhong Guanyu had been crippled, Zhong Fengxian had taken Lin Ming as his enemy. However, Lin Ming's strength was simply too powerful, and his status was entrenched in the populace. He also had the support of the 7 profound martial house and the crown prince. Zhong Fengxian knew well that with just his own influence and power, it was simply impossible for him to deal with Lin Ming. Ouyang gazed at the scenery outside the pavilion as he silently drank a glass of wine. He quietly said, "Has there been any news?" Zhong Fengxian sighed. He shook his head and said, "The southern wilderness is 100,000 miles wide. The terrain within is complex. There are forests, jungles, swamps, mountains, grasslands, and all sorts of ghost-like vicious beasts. There are countless large and small tribes. To look for a single person with just a portrait alone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. A month and a half ago, Lin Ming and Huagong had gone missing in the southern wilderness. The 2 heavenly wind eagles that were with them had also disappeared. After hearing this news, Ouyang Dihua was somewhat perturbed. He began to investigate it. But although he had a high status, The amount of manpower at his disposal was actually very limited, therefore he had used the power of the Allied Trade Association to conduct an investigation in secret. In Ouyang Dehua's eyes, for Huagong, who was a half-step into the Hutian realm to kill Lin Ming, it should be guaranteed as long as there wasn't an accident. When Huagong had gone missing, Ouyang Dehua had thought that maybe it was Qin Zia who had been moving in the shadows. But half a month ago, Qin Zia had come back, oblivious to the matter of Lin Ming's disappearance. Seeing that Qin Zia didn't know anything of what was going on, Ouyang Dehua felt his heart drop into his stomach. He had deduced that Lin Ming had absolutely died. But the question was, where did Huagong go? Did he die in some accident in the southern wilderness? Or was it that after killing Lin Ming, he had found some amazing secret on his body and fled with it? Ouyang Dehua didn't worry about these two possibilities. What he most worried about was that Lin Ming had not died, and was like a venomous serpent that was waiting to ambush him. If that was the case, then he would be in danger. Lin Ming's growth was simply fearful. In a few years, perhaps Lin Ming's strength would exceed his own. Seeing Ouyang Dehua look so unsettled and unsure, Zhong Fengxian tentatively said, "Mr. Ouyang, I've discussed before that maybe if we act on Lin Ming's family then we can force him out. If he doesn't come out, then that proves that he has already died. What does Mr. Ouyang think?" Zhong Fengxian also wanted to ruin Lin Ming's family. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred that was in his heart. But what he didn't know was that while he and Ouyang Dehua were talking, a creeping invisible enchantment had already fallen upon them, enveloping them within its grip, and completely isolating them from the outside world. Chapter 219 I'll Let You Struggle in Despair. Chapter 219 I'll Let You Struggle in Despair. Chapter 219 I'll Let You Struggle in Despair. Move against the Lin family. Ouyang Dehua hesitated for a moment as he thought about it. The truth was that he also wanted to use this method to force out Lin Ming, but he worried about Qin Zia. Now, because of the Total Faction Assembly tournament, Qin Zia had been looking for Lin Ming. Perhaps he might even suspect him now, but he just didn't have any evidence to back his speculations up. If he moved against the Lin family now, Qin Zia would easily be able to discover some clues. Zhong Fengxian noticed Ouyang Dehua's hesitation, and said, "I know what Mr. Ouyang is worried about. Please let my Allied Trade Association act upon this matter. I will use legitimate means in order to suppress the Lin family's family business. I have already investigated and found that the Lin family is comprised of a few thousand people in total, with only 2 estates and several hundred acres of farmable land. The rest rely on the family business in order to maintain daily expenses. If I cut the Lin family's business off, the Lin family will fall apart. I think that for normal commercial competition, Martial House Master Qin Zia will not say anything. We merely need to wait for the Lin family to decline, and once Lin Ming's parents are no longer protected, we can secretly capture them. At that time, it won't arouse much suspicion. What does Mr. Ouyang think of this plan?" Ouyang Dehua nodded. Using legitimate means to suppress the Lin family was the most reasonable means. Even Qin Zia could not find any fault with that. The Lin family did have some amount of influence, but it was nothing compared to the centuries-old heritage of the Allied Trade Association. Good, then we'll proceed like so. I want to destroy the Lin family and decimate everyone in it. I want to see just where that little animal will go to die. If he dares show his face, I will kill him. And if he doesn't appear, I will let him watch as his family slowly perishes, and his parents becoming beggars on the streets, struggling with the wild dogs for food. As Ouyang Dehua coldly said these words, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. Zhong Fengxian smiled and suddenly thought of something. He poured a glass of wine and said to Ouyang Dehua, "Mr. Ouyang, don't worry. I will force the Lin family step by step into a dead end, until they are ruined. I will also force them to sell their daughters to me as slaves. The Lin family can be regarded as a martial cultivation family. Their daughters are always third-grade talents. When the time comes, I would like to honor Mr. Ouyang and assist with your cultivation. In doing so, it's not against the rules, as long as the Lin family voluntarily sells them. They can be sold as maids, and Mr. Ouyang can do as he pleases with them." Who could say you can't? As Zhong Fengxian spoke, he kept attentively poured wine for Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang Dihua took the wine glass with relish, boldly laughing. Good. Very good. I will have that little animal take a good, hard look as I have all the woman of the Lin family wait upon my crotch. Ouyang Dihua crushed the wine glass in his hand, an immoral and dark grin spread across his face. Once the Lin family declined, he would use the Lin family women as his furnace to cultivate in it. Lin Ming, regardless of whether you died or haven't died, or even if you are waiting in the shadows for me, I will let you enjoy this great gift. As Ouyang Dihua was devising a method to deal with the Lin family, at this moment, he suddenly felt a vast murderous aura penetrating into his bones, chilling him from his head to his toes. Who? Ouyang Dihua stood up suddenly, true essence rapidly revolving through his entire body. His vision was like a hawk as he swept the surroundings. He didn't notice anything strange, even his 4 bodyguards were keeping watch not too far away, as if nothing had happened. Zhong stood up, puzzled. He thought that Ouyang Dihua was simply being overly nervous. They were in the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association. In the headquarters, there was even a Hutian master who was on standby. Anyone that dared to barge in here was simply seeking death. But as Zhong Fengxian looked up, he was suddenly rendered completely speechless. He was the president of the Allied Trade Association, and he had survived countless scenes and plots and trickeries. Yet now, his eyes had gone wide, his face an expression of horror. He helplessly watched as a handsome, smiling boy slowly glided down from the sky, coming to a rest as he tread upon air, floating just above the surface of the lake. This boy looked at him, a sly smile crossing his face. FL flight. Zhong Fengxian was also a martial artist. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he still knew what it meant if a martial artist to fly. Only a Xiantian master could fly. A Xiantian master came here to kill him? No, that was impossible. Ouyang Dihua's face sank. He stared at the grandiose youth who was brilliantly shining in the air, transcendent. His heart was in raging turmoil as he was nearly overwhelmed by panic. Not only could this youth fly, but all of the true essence in his body was restrained, so that Ouyang Dihua couldn't see the level of his cultivation. It was just as if he had reached the legendary realm of returning to his origin. No wonder. Even though he had felt a strange atmosphere as this young boy dropped from the heavens, his vigilance wasn't even aroused until the deep murderous intention was exposed. Before he knew it, his enemy had approached him. Lin Ming. Ouyang Dihua bit out those 2 words from between his clenched teeth. He withdrew the long sword from his spatial ring. Why was he able to fly? Why was he able to reach the realm of returning to his origin? Did he step into the Xiantian realm? That was impossible. Even in the ancient times, not even the saints and sages that founded the Holy Lands had reached the Xiantian realm at only 15 years old. Whatever the reason, Ouyang Dihua had a faint feeling that Lin Ming had been holding his trump cards close to himself and keeping his secrets hidden. And today, he had finally exposed his hidden fangs. In this confrontation, Lin Ming would reveal all the cards in his hands, his strength reaching the peak. Who are you? Ouyang Dihua had lost his former calm. He now realized that he had never thoroughly understood Lin Ming, nor could he ever. Was Huagong killed by him? If so, then Lin Ming's strength had most likely exceeded even his own. Such an existence was usually hidden far away. Why would he come to the 7 Profound Martial House to pose as a student? Just what was his goal? Who am I? Lin Ming was slightly astonished, and then, he immediately laughed. How rude. A little more than a month and you don't recognize me anymore? You're too forgetful. You really do have some ability though. You managed to find someone to disguise themselves as Martial House Master Qin and then, lure me into going to the southern wilderness. What a pity, the assassin you sent out was too low quality, I killed him already. Too bad. You almost succeeded. As Lin Ming spoke, Ouyang Dihua felt a chill run down his body. Although he had already guessed that Lin Ming had killed Huagong, hearing this news from the boy's own mouth was another matter. Now, he truly felt fear. Currently, Lin Ming most likely had the strength to kill him. Lin Ming, this is our first time meeting. Zhong Fengxian brilliantly smiled as he stared at Lin Ming. He crossed his hands behind his back. He had already calmed down from his panic a moment ago. Since this was Lin Ming, there was no way that he could be a Xiantian master. Although he didn't know why Lin Ming was able to fly, as long as Lin Ming wasn't a Xiantian master, then in his own headquarters where he reigned supreme, why would he care that the other party had the courage to actually dare charge in? Even if Lin Ming dared to attack him, he would simply be courting death. I'll tell you now, this here is my Allied Trade Association's headquarters. You actually dare charge in here to kill us? Haha. I thought you knew Mr. Ouyang's status. He is the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Envoy, and his uncle is an elder of the 7 Profound Valleys. Just how many lives do you have? You actually dare to kill us? If you want to run away with your tail between your legs, you might still have the time. You trespass into my Allied Trade Association and dare attack the 7 Profound Envoy? Even if I send someone to kill you, it's not against the rules. Zhong Fengxian sneered. As he said this, he was already quietly crumbling a sound-transmitting talisman between his hands. It was an order for the Allied Trade Association's Hutian master to come immediately. As long as he came, no matter how superhuman Lin Ming's powers were, he would also suffer to the extreme. Lin Ming saw Zhong Fengxian's little tricks, but he didn't care it. His illusionary world couldn't even be broken by a peak Hutian realm master. That Zhong Fengxian using an inferior sound-transmitting talisman to penetrate it was simply a joke. Humph, just because your uncle is a 7 Profound Valleys elder, you think you can do whatever you want without care for any laws. Hehe, if you want to kill me, why can't I kill you? Your name is Zhong Fengxian? As the Allied Trade Association's head, it truly is like father like son. You father and son pair are simply too rampant for your own good. Before, I had already crippled Zhong Guanyu and turned him into waste. Now, it's probably best if I cripple you too, so that you can accompany him together. You're dead. At the mention of Zhong Guanyu, Zhong Fengxian was sent into an apoplectic rage, seething with murderous intention. This insult touched upon his greatest wrath. Don't think you're getting away today. I'll have you stay here and beg for your death. Good. I'm waiting. Lin Ming said with indifference. Ouyang Dehua's eyelids jumped. A moment ago, Zhong Fengxian had already crumpled the sound-transmitting talisman, and yet, Lin Ming didn't seem to have any fears. What sort of card did he have in his hand? Thinking this, Ouyang Dehua's heart was suddenly filled with a dire sense of foreboding. Guard 1. Guard 2. Just what are you standing there so stupid for? Come and kill this assassin. Ouyang Dehua suddenly turned his head, shouting at the 4 bodyguards that stood not too far away. These 4 bodyguards were Ouyang Dehua's personal bodyguards. One of them had even reached the middle pulse condensation period. Their strength wasn't that much different from Ouyang Dehua's. Lin Ming watched as Ouyang Dehua uselessly roared, a smile crossing his face. His hands folded across his chest. He looked calm and collected, just as if he were watching the play acting of a clown. Guard 1. Guard 2. Ouyang Dehua found that no matter how much he yelled at the 4 bodyguards, his voice fell on deaf ears. Standing in the distance, it was as if they hadn't even hear him shout. Seeing this strange scene, Ouyang Dehua's heart was filled with an inexplicable chill. He turned towards Lin Ming, his voice trembling. You, what did you do? Lin Ming mockingly said, Call them? How will you call them? You can shout all you want until even your throat goes numb, but no one will come to save you. Lin Ming had originally planned to quickly and cleanly kill Ouyang Dehua, but he came just as they were discussing a heinous plan. Luckily, he had come back in time. Otherwise, if that plan was sent into motion, he couldn't imagine what sort of pitiful and sad fate his parents and the women of the Lin family would have to face. If such a thing ever happened, killing Ouyang Dehua 100 times over still wouldn't be enough. He originally had no enmity with Ouyang Dehua. Yet, Ouyang Dehua had tried to deal with him again and again. He had used all sorts of cheap tricks and vile tactics in order to kill him. He had put him in a death trap, almost killing him. And now, he even wanted to move against his family. This grudge wouldn't be resolved with simply killing Ouyang Dehua. He would galvanize and prod Ouyang Dehua, so that he would struggle in despair, knowing that there was no way he could escape. Only by doing so would he be able to assuage his heart of this hatred and clear his mind. Seeing this strange scene, Zhong Fengxian also felt some panic as he flustered again. The sound-transmitting talisman should have already arrived by now. The Allied Trade Association's headquarters was only a few miles wide. With a Hutian master's speed, he should be able to arrive in the blink of an eye. And yet, why wasn't there even the slightest movement? What the hell did you do? Chapter 220 Suppression of Absolute Power. Chapter 220 Suppression of Absolute Power. Chapter 220 Suppression of Absolute Power. I haven't done anything, other than use a Dreamland Pearl to lay down this illusionary world. It should give me enough time to play with you a bit. Don't uselessly struggle, it's pathetic. This enchantment can only be broken by a Xiantian realm master. All perception is isolated within. No matter what goes on in here, whether it be some earth-shaking power or wondrous ability, anyone looking in from the outside will only see a calm scene. If Mr. Ouyang does not believe me, then feel free to try breaking the enchantment. Lin Ming slowly said as he crossed his arms across his chest. A cold smile flit across his features. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Ouyang Dehua's heart sank. Only a Xiantian master could break through this enchantment. Was it really such a great treasure? Just where did he get this pearl from? Such a pearl would be incomparably precious even within the 7 profound valleys. Once again, Ouyang Dehua guessed that Lin Ming had an unknown yet fantastical background. What do you want? Ouyang Dehua no longer doubted Lin Ming's power. If he dared to come here today, then he must have had the absolute assurance to kill him. You ask what I want? Mr. Ouyang, I can't believe that you would ask such a silly question. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to kill you. This illusionary world was laid down in order to avoid the attention of others, so that I can turn your corpse into ashes without a single trace. Good. Very good. I want to see just how you will kill me. Ouyang Dehua roared, true essence erupting from his body like a geyser. His body shot forwards like an arrow, but what he aimed at was not Lin Ming, but the void of the illusionary world. Life-severing dead bone blade. Ouyang Dehua's entire body stirred with true essence. The long sword in his hand turned to a bone-white color, and deep chilly wind ran out from it, followed by countless sad cries and mournful wails. It really made one feel a scalp-tingling creepiness. This move had been used by Zhong Guanyu when he and Lin Ming had dueled each other. This was the most ruthless ability of the divine Acacia Power's first layer. But seeing it now, Zhong Guanyu's version could not hold a candle to Ouyang Dehua's. A wise move, unfortunately, useless. Lin Ming hadn't even moved. He simply watched as Ouyang Dehua's sword struck against the edge of the illusionary world. Zhi. A blinding white light sprung forth, and Ouyang Dehua's sword emitted an ear-tingling grating sound, as if it were about to break. Ouyang Dehua gave a stuffy cough as his body trembled. The web between his fingers had cracked apart, dripping red with blood. However, the invisible enchantment was motionless and intact, without even the least bit of damage. It couldn't be broken. It really couldn't be broken. Ouyang Dehua's heart sank. Even though he felt as if a mountain had fallen upon him, the illusionary world wasn't affected in the least. Perhaps what Lin Ming said was true, and only a Xiantian master could break apart this illusionary world. I already said that only a Xiantian master can break it. Otherwise, it is impossible to forcibly open this enchantment. Ouyang Dehua, accept your fate. Today is the day you die. Lin Ming touched his spatial ring, and the 9 feet 9 inch heavy profound soft spear appeared in his right hand, gripped horizontally. The silver-white spear edge gleamed a deadly radiance, overflowing with coldness. Ouyang Dehua turned towards Lin Ming, his eyes glimmering with dark and decisive color. Lin Ming, don't force me. You think that you can win against me. If I damage my cultivation to bring forth the soul-severing sword, don't think that you will survive. As Ouyang Dehua said this, his body suddenly shuddered. With a loud shout, all of his silk clothing was completely torn asunder, revealing a purple-gold-colored flexible armor. This was shockingly a high-grade human step treasure armor. As Ouyang Dihua flourished his sword, the blade began to resound with a mournful howls, as if countless grieving spirits were bitterly sealed within the sword. Lin Ming chuckled and said, "You truly are worthy of being the nephew of a 7 profound valleys elder. You have a flexible armor protecting you, a long sword as a weapon, both of which are high-grade human step treasures. Even I covet such treasures. That being the case, then I will kindly accept them." "You are reckless." Ouyang Dehua's feet pressed against the ground. He tread so hard that even the floor beneath him ruptured as he disappeared into a series of afterimages, his sword piercing straight towards Lin Ming's throat. Fleeting blade. Ouyang Dehua's sword sliced through space, the air grated with a loud explosive sound. The momentum behind this strike was terrifying. However, Lin Ming only laughed. Without using any martial skill, he gripped his spear in both hands and smashed down. After absorbing the power of vitality in the Sorcerer Pagoda, in addition to the cultivation of chaotic virtues combat meridians in his body, the strength behind his spear had reached a mind-boggling degree. 10,000 jins. Bang! Ouyang Dehua felt as if a mountain had fallen onto him. As spear and sword crossed each other, a massive vibrating strength sent Ouyang Dehua flying backwards as he vomited blood. He felt as if his bones were about to fracture, flow like silk. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments formed a spiral that pierced towards Ouyang Dehua's right shoulder. If this spear struck, then Ouyang Dehua's right arm would be torn apart. In this moment of life and death, Ouyang Dehua's eyes flashed with a sinister color. He immediately drew backwards, and at the same time opened his mouth to spit out 2 beads towards Lin Ming's eyes. Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead. Lin Ming sneered. The Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead that Zhong Guanyu had was given to him by Ouyang Dehua. Lin Ming had already guessed that Ouyang Dehua would secretly mix in Thunderbolt Devilfire beads in his attacks, but he just didn't think that the beads were hidden between his lips. A Thunderbolt Devilfire bead was best used in a surprise attack. Once the enemy was prepared for it, the effects would be greatly reduced. Concept of wind. Lin Ming waved his left hand, and a strong wind surged upwards, blowing away the Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. At the same time, Lin Ming stepped forwards, his body shooting forth like an arrow as he stabbed his spear towards Ouyang Dehua's belly. Bang! Bang! The Thunderbolt Devilfire beads exploded in the sky, but they didn't even have the slightest effect on the illusionary world enchantment. At this moment, Lin Ming's long spear had already closed in, and was less than 100 feet away. With Ouyang Dehua flying backwards in the air, there was no way for him to dodge. "Lin Ming, I will bet my life against you." Soul-severing blade. Ouyang Dehua pounded his own chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This blood sprayed across the blade of his sword. After absorbing the blood, the originally gleaming silver blade transformed into a strange blood-red color. There was a soul-piercing scream as a massive red skull struggled out of the sword, as if it had emerged from a sea of crimson blood. As soon as the skull appeared, it inflated like a balloon. In a short moment, it had already swelled to over 10 feet wide. It faced Lin Ming and let loose a maddening howl. For a time, the entire sky was filled with a bone-freezing wind, as if all nearby human blood and flesh would be drained by this giant skull. After he released this bloody skull, Ouyang Dehua immediately looked faint and lifeless. He could barely stand on his feet. This was the strongest skill in his repertoire, soul-severing sword. Once activated, he would lose 20% of his cultivation. He probably wouldn't recover his vitality even in half a year. Seeing this massive red skull appear, Lin Ming revealed an expression of surprise. Even though his own blood vitality billowed out into the sky, he still felt a chill from the depths of his soul when faced with this skull. It was as if he were stranded naked within an endless plain of snow in the middle of a great winter storm. Die, Lin Ming. Once this soul-severing blood skeleton appears, it will never give up until it has sucked up all the blood essence of its enemies. Ouyang Dehua hysterically raved. His entire face was a gloomy bright red, as if he had been possessed by a devil. Seeing this bloody skull roaring towards him, Lin Ming put away the heavy profound soft spear. He flicked his right hand and a coiling dragon steel needle jumped out on his fingertips. This small steel needle was only 2 inches long and on it engraved a purple flood dragon. The flood dragon wound downwards, encircling the steel needle 9 times, no more and no less. Although the flood dragon's body was tiny, every subtle texture and detail contained the fierce and supremely tyrannical expression of the savage flood dragon. It was so vivid and vibrant that it appeared, not as an engraving, but instead a true flood dragon that had been pinned onto the steel needle. The bloody skull rushed towards Lin Ming from the front, opening its jaws wide in an attempt to swallow Lin Ming whole. Lin Ming didn't move, he simply aimed at the big mouth of the bloody skull and flicked his finger. Whiz! The coiling dragon steel needle transformed into a tiny purple line as it shot towards the blood skull. On one side was a massive blood-colored skull that was over 10 feet wide, while on the other a small 2-inch long steel needle. Their disproportionate sizes were simply too contrasting. Puff! The coiling dragon steel needle pierced straight through the bloody skull. A near-infinite purple thunder erupted outwards, as a grid of lightning enveloped the entire blood skull. The thick arcs of sizzling electricity flashed in the air, as the bloody skull let out piercingly shrill howls of pain. Its body was like a cube of ice that had molten steel poured upon it, rapidly melting. The greatest fear of ghosts was the power of thunder. If a ghost wished to ascend and attain a pure young body, then they must pass heavenly tribulation. But under the divine judgment of heavenly tribulation, countless spirits and ghosts had been turned to ashes, completely annihilated forever. Not only that, the coiling dragon steel needle in Lin Ming's hand contained the illustrious purple flood dragon divine thunder. While Ouyang Dihua had released a bloody skull, it wasn't some amazingly desolate and evil power. Once the two forces collided, the results could be clearly predicted. In only a few short breaths, the bloody skull let out one final sorrowful wail, and then completely vanished into nothing. The thick arcs of purple thunder still scintillated in the air. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and the coiling dragon steel needle instantly returned to his palm, floating there as it slowly revolved. It was as if destroying the blood skull was easier than crushing an ant. As Ouyang Dihua saw this scene, he was instantly stunned silly. Overcome with bewilderment, he had never dreamed that his ultimate move, which had taken 20% of his cultivation to use, had been so easily put out like a little candle by Lin Ming. How was this possible? Ouyang Dihua's heart surged with roiling despair and desperation. His hands trembled. The feeling of approaching doom had never been so close before. Did I surprise you? With your background as a nephew of a 7 Profound Valleys elder, and also being older than me by 7 years, you are actually being toyed with in the palm of my hand. It really must be hard to accept. In any case, you will not escape death today. Can you tell me who was disguised as Martial Housemaster Qin? In exchange, I will send you off with a sweet farewell. Lin Ming didn't know if the one who had posed as Qin Zia was Ouyang Dihua or someone else, so he could only ask him as a test. Ouyang Dihua's face twitched. His mouth turned into a scowl as he shouted, "You think I will tell you? Dream on." Lin Ming laughed. Although I really do want to know what other enemies are hiding in the shadows, it doesn't really matter anyhow. First, I will kill you, letting you suffer to death in the most painful and excruciating way possible. Lin Ming extracted the heavy profound soft spear as he said this. The spear point glimmered with electric light as 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments were poured into it. Ouyang Dihua's eyes flashed with a ferocious color. Since you won't let me live, then die with me. Ouyang Dihua swiped his spatial ring, grabbing a handful of thunderbolt devilfire beads. We shall perish together. Chapter 221, Killing Ouyang Dihua. Chapter 221, Killing Ouyang Dihua. Lin Ming's eyes condensed. He rapidly flicked his finger and the coiling dragon steel needle shot out with a whistling sound as it flew forwards like a bolt of lightning. The steel needle sliced through space and cut apart Ouyang Dihua's hands with an unbelievable speed. Puff! Both Ouyang Dihua's hands were torn to shreds, his wrists were broken in half, spurting blood. With both hands broken, he was sent flying into the sky with his pile of thunderbolt devilfire beads. Ah 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 ah! Ouyang Dihua screamed in anguish. Lin Ming coldly snorted and waved his hand. A tornado formed in the air and collected all the Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. The swirling wind held the Thunderbolt Devilfire beads in air. There were at least 20 beads rolling around. As for Ouyang Dihua, he was painfully moaning as he tumbled to the ground. Both his arms were completely crippled from the elbow down, and his upper arms still flashed with sparks of lightning. They were completely charred black. Zhong Fengxian felt as the last fires of his hope were died down like fading embers. He was used to wonderful and magnificent scenes, but now his legs were shaking. Zhong Fengxian had held the position of the Allied Trade Association's president for many years. He didn't even remember how many people he had put to death. But now, when faced with his own mortality, he trembled with abject fear. Oftentimes, the more high-ranking a person was, the more they feared death. Zhong Fengxian was like this. He had held absolute power within his grasp for decades, and his status was one that was venerated and worshipped. He had enjoyed countless wealth, treasure, and beauties. All of these caused him to have an enormous love for life, and an enormous fear of death. That youth that was floating in air was simply a devil incarnate. He was too powerful. Powerful to the point where he could easily play with them. Everything was in the palm of his hands, just like a game of cat and mouse. In front of him, any and all resistance was meaningless. Lin Ming released his soul force had swept up all the Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. He faintly smiled, and kindly accepted all of them. I already knew you had Thunderbolt Devilfire beads. Why would I give you the chance to use them? Ouyang Dihua was lying prostrate on the ground like a dead dog. With both his arms broken, he could only prop his head on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. He viciously said, You wait for my uncle's revenge. He will make you beg for death. Lin Ming slowly landed in front of Ouyang Dihua. He sneered, Your uncle? Once I erase all evidence, how will he know I killed you? You, a middle pulse condensation master, with 4 bodyguards protecting you. You've been drinking in the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association too. In this case, you will quietly die and disappear forever. Do you still think that your uncle will even suspect me at all? He might even think that this was done by a Xiantian master. Haha. The reason that he dared to kill Ouyang Dihua was because he had calculated that no one would ever suspect him. I had recorded at the Marshall House registration office that I would be going adventuring for 2 months. Now, it's only been a month and a half. After I kill you, I will wait another half-month before I appear again. Who will even think to suspect me? People know that you and I are hostile to each other, but who would know that our conflict has already escalated to the point of killing the other? Lin Ming prodded Ouyang Dihua with his spear point. Ouyang Dihua's face was covered in blood. At this point, he didn't even look human anymore. Lin Ming calmly took off Ouyang Dihua's spatial ring and swept it with his soul force. He cheerfully praised, You truly are worthy of being a nephew of a 7 profound valley elder. Your collection is very rich. Thank you. I just happen to be a bit low on funds at the moment. As Li Ming said this, he was waving Ouyang Dihua's own spatial ring in front of his face. Pa. Ouyang Dihua seethed in rage as his anger reached a tipping point and he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Most of his body's meridians were already broken. This wasn't because he was beaten up, but because he was angered by Lin Ming. Anger was part of the so-called spirit. As long as one's spirit was calm and soothed, and their thoughts enjoyable, their cultivation would be double the result with half the effort. On the other hand, if they became angry enough to the point of suffering psychological damage, then this spirit could even damage their meridians. The more arrogant a person was, the easier it was to use anger to cause them to lose their minds. In ancient times, there were stories of genius advisors that vomited blood and died from anger. Although Ouyang Dihua was still alive, his meridians had been damaged, and this was because of how much he hated Lin Ming. Looking at Ouyang Dihua's state, Lin Ming shook his head. It was unlikely that he would get him to say who the one that disguised themselves as Qin Zia and tried to kill him was. But at this moment, Zhong Fengxian, who was hiding in the distance, suddenly said, Young hero Lin, I know who it was that disguised themselves as Marshall House Master Qin to trick you. Millimeter. Lin Ming turned around to look at Zhong Fengxian. You know who? The deep murderous aura that emanated from Lin Ming's eyes was no different from a sharp knife. As soon as Zhong Fengxian was touched by Lin Ming's sight, his heart shrank and stepped backwards. He gulped, trembling as he said, "I don't know, but I can make a very close guess." "Tell me." I can tell you, but I would like to request young hero Lin to let me leave." Zhong Fengxian plopped down with his knees to the ground as he said this. With his status, even when he saw the Emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom, all he would need to do was bend a bit in a bow. Now, he was compelled by Ouyang Dehua's miserable state to kneel down. Even the nephew of a 7 Profound Valley elder had ended up like this, much less him. It had to be said when a person was pushed up to the wall, their desire to live was terrible. What sort of things wouldn't they do? How many people were there that were able to face death without fear? Most people, when facing their impending doom, bet everything they had to fight for even the slimmest chance of survival. At that time, things like dignity, honor, and ethics all became a joke. "Oh, you think that you have the qualifications to speak to me about conditions?" Lin Ming's voice suddenly dipped into sub-zero temperatures. Zhong Fengxian hurriedly shook his head. "I do not dare. As long as young hero Lin lets me leave alive, then I can give young hero Lin 100 million gold taels. I will force the entire Allied Trade Association to serve young hero. As long as young hero desires to search for any rare materials, maids, concubines, precious pills, herbs, anything can be made available through my Allied Trade Association. I dare guarantee that my Allied Trade Association has the broadest information network in Sky Fortune Kingdom. Not even the imperial family can compare." 100 million gold taels? Lin Ming's eyes widened. The entire tax revenue of Sky Fortune Kingdom in a year was 20 or 30 million gold taels. This Allied Trade Association was simply obscenely wealthy. Zhong Fengxian feared that Lin Ming wouldn't agree. He continued to say, "Young hero, if you find me untrustworthy, then you keep me hidden somewhere else. With young hero's talent, breaking through to the Xiantian realm is only a matter of time. As soon as young hero reaches the Xiantian realm, then my life will be completely within young hero's grasp. I will absolutely never dare to betray you." Although Zhong Fengxian's conditions were very persuasive, letting him leave was simply too great a danger. Lin Ming didn't want to take such a needless risk. He said, "Don't talk to me about these things. First, who do you think had disguised themselves as Martial Housemaster Qin?" Zhong Fengxian tentatively asked. "Young hero won't kill me?" Lin Ming confidently said, "I won't kill you." Zhong Fengxian's eyes narrowed. He wanted to have Lin Ming take an oath on his heart of martial arts, but at this time, Lin Ming gave a cold humph and suddenly turned, hitting Ouyang Dehua's chest with his palm. Pulse-cutting palm. Pa. Ouyang Dehua's briefly shook for a moment, and then all of the true essence in his body dissipated like a deflating rubber ball. In a blink of the eye, he had lost all of his martial arts. Ouyang Dehua weakly fell to the ground, his eyes losing all focus. At this point, he was no different than a corpse. Lin Ming retracted his palm and coldly said, "Don't think that you will be able to commit suicide by abandoning your meridians." Zhong Fengxian was gripped with fear as he watched from the side. With just a hand, Lin Ming had crippled all of Ouyang Dehua's martial arts so that he couldn't even commit suicide. This Lin Ming was simply a demon. "Well, have you thought it over yet?" I'll talk. Zhong Fengxian no longer dared to mention anything concerning Lin Ming making an oath on his heart of martial arts. He was afraid that it would displace Lin Ming, and he would be placed in a position where he wouldn't even be able to die if he wanted to. "I suspect that the one who disguised himself as Martial House Master Qin is the 7 Profound Martial House Deputy Housemaster, Bai Luo. He originates from the Mirage faction and is the best at illusion techniques. Moreover, he has a very good personal friendship with Ouyang Dehua and dislikes Martial House Master Qin. So, it is likely that he was the one who tricked you." As the president of the Allied Trade Association, Zhong Fengxian knew a great deal of information. A normal martial artist wouldn't know who Bai Luo was. "Bai Luo. I see, so that's how it was. What's his cultivation?" "Probably Middle Hutian realm. Millimeter, thank you. Now, give me your spatial ring." "Oh, okay." Zhong Fengxian trembled as he took off his spatial ring. As he handed the ring over to Lin Ming, he suddenly froze. His eyes opened wide open as he looked into Lin Ming's eyes. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes had already become two swirling black vortexes, slowly spinning. They seemed to contain an endless darkness within them, as if they were but an infinite void. Zhong Fengxian felt as if his own soul was being sucked out. A myriad of chaotic scenes and images emerged from his mind. He saw countless visions of his life. He saw when he was young, he saw when he was old. He saw when he became all-powerful, and when he became a beggar on the streets. After experiencing countless manifold lives, these countless lives turned into never-ending fragments. All of this revolved within his mind, setting off a violent storm within the world of his spiritual sea. Zhong Fengxian fiercely trembled, and his spirit was shattered into shards. His eyes dilated as if he had lost all reasoning. He had already become an idiot. But Lin Ming didn't stop. He continued to display the samsara martial intent until Zhong Fengxian's spiritual sea could no longer be broken down any further. There wasn't even a hint of a complete thought left in his mind. Po! Zhong Fengxian fell to the ground, his eyes wide as he stared at the sky. The corners of his eyes were bleeding, and he no longer had any pupils. All that was left over were the whites. Lin Ming's eyes returned to normal. If I said that I won't kill you, then I won't kill you. I will let you keep your life. You can lie peacefully in bed for the rest of your days. He turned to look at Ouyang Dehua. Lin Ming flexed his finger and the coiling dragon steel needle jumped onto his fingertips. Do you have any last words? Ouyang Dehua didn't hear him. He lay down on the ground, motionless. Then die. The coiling dragon steel needle flew forth and penetrated Ouyang Dehua's body. Soon, there was nothing left of him but ashes. Lin Ming waved his hand and a cool breeze blew away all the ashes. He carefully absorbed the remaining power of thunder in the air, and put away the two spatial rings and the Dreamland Pearl. After the Dreamland Pearl was put away, the illusionary world was still able to maintain itself for a bit. This gave Lin Ming enough time to leave. Large snowflakes fluttered in the winter sky. Lin Ming had already reached the realm of returning to his true self, so he was able to restrain all of the breath within his body. Only a Xiantian realm master would be able to discover his existence. He easily left the Allied Trade Association's headquarters without raising a single alarm. Middle Hutian Realm, 7 Profound Martial House Deputy House Master by Luo. Lin Ming sneered. In his heart he had already judged by Luo. His sentence was death. Chapter 222 The Spreading News of Death. Chapter 222 The Spreading News of Death. Chapter 222 The Spreading News of Death. The snow was falling faster and harder, the bodyguards on watch weren't on high alert. The temperature was 20 degrees below zero. But this wasn't anything to a pulse condensation period martial artist. As long as they revolved their true essence, they could easily dispel the frosty cold. However, the maids were the ones who suffered. They had no cultivation, so after standing in the biting cold wind and snow for a long time, they soon began to tremble. Even though they were almost frozen, the Allied Trade Association had very strict rules. They could not even rub their hands or stomp their feet for warmth. At this moment, there were several maids carrying grapes and other sweet snacks as they walked. Their small faces almost iced over, and the plates they carried were covered with snow. A guard checked the fruit and snacks before nodding and indicating that they could pass and deliver the trays. But, as soon as he waved them past, he suddenly stiffened. He looked with unbelieving eyes at the waterside pavilion not too far away. The pavilion was empty. This, my lord. Millimeter. Guard 2 and Guard 3 also looked over, stunned. What's going on? The 4 bodyguards panicked and used their movement techniques to enter the pavilion. They saw that Ouyang Dehua had already vanished, while Zhong Fengxian was lying prone on the ground, his condition unknown. The 4 bodyguards' hearts were suddenly filled with an inexplicable chill. They had been standing guard here, so how had this happened? Mr. Ouyang? Has he been kidnapped, or? As Guard 1 said these words, he trailed off, not wanting to continue. The other 3 suddenly felt their hearts go cold and sink into their stomach. If Ouyang Dehua died, they would face severe punishment from the 7 profound valleys. Guard 1 put his hand over Zhong Fengxian's mouth to see if he was still breathing, and found that he was. As soon as he opened his eyelids to check, Guard 1 suddenly gasped. His pupils had vanished, leaving nothing but the whites of his eyes. Hurry, hurry and report this to the Marshal House. Use the long-distance information transmission array to inform the total faction that Mr. Ouyang is in trouble. The truth was, the moment that Ouyang Dihua had died, the 7 profound valleys had already been informed. Ouyang Dihua was an important figure, so he had a life jade plate. As soon as he died, no matter how far away he was, the life jade plate would shatter. The deacon disciple that was guarding the life jade plate chamber suddenly heard a cracking sound. Stunned, he looked at the sign of the jade tablet, and immediately lit a sound-transmitting talisman. At this moment, in a cave dwelling at the 7 profound valleys back mountains, a middle-aged man dressed in black was sitting down cross-legged in meditation. His long, thick black and white hair draped down to his waist, and his face was as apathetic as a rock carving. He was circling his true essence to cultivate his martial arts. The faint sound of a weeping ghost spread out from his body, and a chilling energy spread through his body. A layer of ice formed on the ground around him. This man was Ouyang Dihua's uncle, Ouyang Boyon. He was an elder of the 7 profound valleys Acacia faction, and he was an early Xiantian realm master. Fu. A burning flame appeared in front of Ouyang Boyon, and the voice of the jade plate chamber deacon sounded into Ouyang Boyon's mind. What? Ouyang Boyon's eyes flew open, a dangerous coldness flashed through them. Who killed my nephew? In the next moment, Ouyang Boyon was like a ghost as he rushed out of the cave dwelling, and suddenly arrived at the jade plate room. The jade plate chamber deacon was already waiting, his hands holding up a tray with Ouyang Dehua's life jade plate. There was a sharp crack in the jade plate. It proved that Ouyang Dehua had already died. Since they dare to kill my nephew, no matter who it is, I will make them beg for death. Their entire family will pay with their lives as well. Ouyang Boyon's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. 20 years ago, Ouyang Boyon hadn't broken through to the Xiantian realm yet. He was on a mission with Ouyang Dehua's father when the two of them were ambushed and chased down. The two of them had fought with their lives on the line. Ouyang Dehua's father had died, but the enemy had suffered a big loss because of him. This was the only reason that Ouyang Boyon was lucky enough to preserve his own life. Therefore, he had always regarded Ouyang Dehua as his own son, and tried to meet all of his needs the best he could. Sometimes, because of his own lasciviousness, Ouyang Dehua would offend a powerful figure in the mortal world. When this happened, Ouyang Boyon would help his nephew resolve the incident. The 7 profound valleys was not a monolithic sect. The 7 different factions each managed their own matters. Their cultivation methods were all different, and as a result, their corresponding personalities were also different. As the saying went, those who walk different paths have to go their separate ways. There wasn't much of a relationship between the 7 great elders, and not even the 7 profound valleys valley master could solve this. Although the Acacia faction was a subordinate of the 7 profound valleys, they were not subject to restrictions. As an elder of the Acacia faction, Ouyang Boyon had enormous power and influence. He was able to shelter Ouyang Dehua so that he could do whatever he wanted. Ouyang Boyon had been protecting his nephew like this all along, but now, he had actually died. This aroused Ouyang Boyon's ultimate wrath. When he passed into to Netherworld, where would he have the face to see his big brother? Ready the heavenly wind eagle, I will depart for Sky Fortune Kingdom immediately. Ouyang Boyon coldly issued an order, his heart filled with a firm determination. Even if he had to turn the Sky Fortune Kingdom upside down, he would find the murderer that killed his nephew. Sky Fortune City, by family. Sky Fortune Cities by family had been court officials for generations. Every generation of the family, they would have someone who passed the imperial examination. They could be described as a scholarly family that had been prominent for centuries. Most of the Bai family were scribes. They were responsible for keeping and tracking history and literature, reviewing court documents, and handling the affairs of state. The head of the current Bai family generation was Bai Yuan Pei. This generation, the Bai family had reached the peak of its prosperity. Bai Yuanpei had become the #1 scholar of his generation, and he has passed the imperial exam to be a second-grade official at the age of 45, and he was a vice minister. However, in Sky Fortune Kingdom, where martial arts was considered the most prestigious path, the glory of being the #1 scholar every 3 years was less than that of being the #1 examination candidate from the 7 profound martial houses entrance examination that took place twice a year. Even the prime minister's position in the government was inferior to that of the 10 great generals. Therefore, the Bai family's status in Sky Fortune City wasn't considered too outstanding. However, there had actually been an anomaly that occurred in the generation of Bai Yuanpei's grandchildren. That would be Bai Yuanpei's granddaughter, Bai Jingyun. She had actually been born with an amazing superior 4th-grade talent. Bai Jingyun's father was a mortal with no talent or cultivation in martial arts. As for her mother, she had only been a superior 3rd-grade martial talent. For Bai Jingyun to be born with such a martial talent, it could be considered a precious miracle. But, when Bai Jingyun was 15, her princess-like life had suddenly ended. This was because Ouyang Dihua, who had been traveling, had taken a fancy to Bai Jingyun's exquisite beauty and outstanding talent, and he decided to marry her as a concubine. The Bai family had refused. However, Ouyang Dihua had directly approached the emperor, and the emperor had then passed down an imperial decree. This was an ironclad order. How could Bai Yuanpei refuse? Ouyang Dihua's power and influence was greater than the emperor's. Even if it was the emperor who desired to receive a minister's daughter as an imperial concubine, the minister would not dare to refuse. Ouyang Dihua's uncle was an elder of the 7 profound valleys. If his uncle wished, he could dethrone the current emperor and install a new one in his stead. So Bai Yuanpei had no choice to comply. However, Bai Jingyun's father had strongly opposed this. Who knew how many concubines Ouyang Dihua already had? Marrying his daughter to that bastard was simply like shoving her into a fiery pit. However, no matter how much opposition there was, Bai Yuanpei could not change his decision. Bai Jingyun's father was only a frail, weak scholar. His body hadn't been healthy to begin with, and he had been bedridden for years. All of stress happened to catch up with him, and he suddenly passed away. According to the traditions of Sky Fortune Kingdom, once the father dies, their children had to live in a small hut for 100 days, and then mourn for 3 years to fulfill their filial obligations. Ouyang Dihua had wanted to marry her, but after receiving this news he could not break custom, so the marriage had been dragged out. Now, the mourning period of 3 years was soon over, and Ouyang Dihua had actually come to Sky Fortune City as the current 7 profound envoy. This caused Bai Jingyun to feel an absolute despair take root in her heart. Before Ouyang Dihua had become Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound envoy, the Bai family had been unable to resist him when he had proposed marriage. Now, with Ouyang Dihua having occupied the position of 7 profound envoy, his status was equal to that of an overlord. Bai Yuanpei was only a small vice minister. The results of any refusal could be imagined. Bai Jingyun had used adventuring as an excuse to leave, and had already hidden away for more than a month. Now, she had helplessly come back in order to face her unavoidable destiny. She hadn't gone to the martial house for several days. Most of the time, she stayed in her room. This morning, after Bai Jingyun had washed herself, someone knocked on her door. "Jingyun, may I come in?" It was Bai Yuanpei's voice. Bai Jingyun sighed. For the family's future, her own grandfather had pushed her into this situation. She didn't hate or despise him, but she didn't hold much sentiment for him either. Especially after her father had died, her attitude towards Bai Yuanpei was even colder. "Come in," Bai Jingyun calmly said. "Jingyun, have you had breakfast yet?" Bai Yuanpei said as he walked in. He tried to smile in order to hide his own guilty conscience. "I don't have an appetite." "You still have to eat a little. I'll have the kitchen make a little something and send it in for you." "There's no need. I have to rest for a while today." Bai Jingyun really did not want to talk to Bai Yuanpei, because she didn't want to know why Bai Yuanpei came here for. "Well," Bai Yuanpei awkwardly coughed, "I know about the matters concerning your marriage. You don't need to say any more. I already understand." Bai Jingyun's voice was desolate and bleak. Marriage was just a nice way of putting it. According to the customs of Sky Fortune Kingdom, A man could have several concubines. Generally speaking, only a proper and legitimate wife could be married. A concubine didn't have that privilege. Even the emperor's imperial concubine was not considered married. Bai Jingyun knew what the reality of the situation was. It was impossible for her grandfather, who was just a little vice minister, to rebel against the 7 profound envoy. Bai Yuanpei's words stuck in his throat. He could only hollowly laugh. That, after another half a month, the 10th prince, His Highness the Cloud Prince, has decided to hold a banquet at his palace. Millimeter, this is the invitation. Bai Yuanpei bitterly shook his head as he pulled a gilded invitation card out of his chest pocket. Bai Jingyun glanced at the card. She could able to guess that at the Cloud Prince's banquet, he would also have invite Ouyang Dihua. The 10th prince had already attained the unofficial support of Ouyang Dihua. As for the Crown Prince, because Lin Ming had left without speaking, his reputation and prestige had experienced a large drop. Those forces that were taking a wait-and-see attitude had already turned towards the 10th prince. I won't go, Bai Jingyun icily said. But, Jingyun, I have already said that I will mourn my father for 3 years. For 3 years, I will eat vegetables. For 3 years, I will wear white. For 3 years, I will not marry. Before then, I do not want to see Ouyang Dihua. If you force me to, I would rather die. Bai Jingyun spoke this with an unwaveringly adamant expression. Bai Yuanpei was shocked. Bai Jingyun was too short-sighted. Not only would he lose his granddaughter, but he would also provoke the anger of Ouyang Dihua. He quickly said, Jingyun, calm down. You don't need to go, okay? You don't need to go. I'll just report to His Highness the Cloud Prince An. As Bai Yuanpei spoke, a sound-transmitting talisman suddenly lit up in front of him. He froze like a wooden chicken as he heard the message that was transmitted. Ouyang Dihua was actually dead. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.